You're good to go.
All right, thank you. Okay, at 5:04, we'll call to order this meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. Start off with a pledge of allegiance. Okay, I pledge allegiance
To the flag, United States of America,
and to the republic for
for which it stands,
one nation, under
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and
liberty,
justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
Thank you, trustees. And we'll move on now to the roll call.
Ellen Wheeler,
Jose Gutierrez Jr.
Laura Blakely.
Devin Conley.
And Tamara Wilson. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. And we'll move on to item 1C, the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Gutierrez and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the approval of the agenda passes unanimously. Move on now.
Sorry, I wasn't fast enough. I actually was going to ask. If there's some conversation that was brought up about item 8A, and was going to ask if we could just table that for a later date.
8A, the DARE program. So
Yeah.
we'd like to go back and approve the agenda with item 8A removed. Is that correct?
Staff is asking that we table that for a later meeting.
Staff has asked that. Trustee Conley, it sounds like you have a question.
I make a motion to approve the agenda, but remove item 8A for a different date.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Conley and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the approval of the agenda passes unanimously with the removal of item 8A under review and action for the drug abuse and resistance education program. Thank you, trustees. We will move on now to item 2. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Are there any members on the phone or calling in who would like to address the board at this time? If you could open up the participant panel and in the lower right-hand corner, click on raise hand. We'd be happy to take your comments at this time. Are there anyone calling in, Dr. Rudolph? On the phone line? Okay, thank you. I see a hand up. Mr. De Boisset, could you unmute yourself, please? And this is for items not on the agenda.
Yes, sorry.
I'm sorry, for closed session agenda. So the potential litigation and the public employee dismissal items. Is that what you'd like to speak to us on?
I'd like to talk about the school reopening plan that the school has and how it is compliant to the county and the directive we received from the state. I couldn't see on the agenda, maybe I missed it, but that's what I'd like to hear about.
This is the time for the public to address the board on items on the closed session agenda, which are several potential litigation items and a public employee dismissal. So I think you probably want to address us on item
Would it be 9D, return.
9D, I believe.
So shall I wait? Okay.
Yes,
all
that's
right.
how the rest
All
of the
right.
public would have to do. Yes, you can call
you.
back. You don't have to listen in the whole time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's why we list times on different items to help public members just like yourself, so you can maximize your. All right, are there any other hands? Folks on the phone, okay. Then we'll move on now to at 8:05, we'll move on to closed session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. It was saying host did not allow you to unmute. Thank you for whomever fixed that. So at 6:25, we will call back to order the meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. And I'd like to report out that a settlement agreement was unanimously approved with regard to student number 600134335 in the amount of $70,000, and for student number 6008995 in the amount of $114,500. Now to consent agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? On a motion moved by trustee Gutierrez and seconded by trustee Conley, the consent agenda passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item 6A, employee organizations. Dr. Rudolph, are there any members of employee organizations who have called in or emailed?
Can I ask, for the past couple of meetings, we've had a specific announcement that we had an interpreter here and gave instructions for how for people to access that.
Yep. So we actually we're having a little difficulty with this, and we think that part of the issue is that we started the meeting before we started the interpreting. So our solution would be that we'd have to stop the meeting, reopen it back up, and then set him up and then keep going. So if that's what we want to do, then I just need to know, and I'll stop it, and then we can start over.
I would say yes.
Yeah. Okay. So then I apologize to everyone who is in here. I am going to end. In fact, let Martha in real quick. Okay. So let me formally apologize to everyone that we're having a little technical difficulty.
Excuse me, Dr. Rudolph. Sorry to interrupt you, but I believe that we can edit the meeting in the back end. So you want to try that real quick, or do you want to just go ahead and end it?
Do we have John on here?
I am actually in the process of putting the interpretation in. So let me, and I'll save it, and you'll see if it appears to you, and then you don't have to.
I don't think it'll take effect until we restart the meeting. We tried that on Saturday with the chat setting.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that.
Well,
It's worth a try.
one of the beauties of Zoom. Okay, so unfortunately, I'm going to apologize to everyone up front that we are going to end this meeting, but technically the board meeting is still going to go. We're just going to cut the stream off. We will set up the interpretation, and then I will let everybody in as soon as it goes, and then we'll resume the actual stream. John, do you see any issue with us in the stream?
It should continue, but I can redo it if we have to. So.
Okay, so what we'll do is the three of us will log in first. Everybody else will just hang out in the wait room like they normally do until we're ready to go. And my apologies to everyone. So Abel, if you could also, I will let you and Jeff in also as quickly as possible get all this set up. So again, my apologies that you are about to get kicked out of our favorite Zoom room, but I put everyone in. Okay. And Ellen is calling me. She may be having some technical difficulties. Hello.
Hi, this is Ellen again.
Hey, Ellen.
Hey, so what am I supposed to be doing? Is the
I will let you.
Oh, wow, there we go. Dr. Rudolph, you're muted. Thanks for everyone's patience as the meeting gets back underway. We wanted to ensure that we had Spanish interpretation available for everyone. So unfortunately, that meant we had to restart the meeting, but we felt it was important enough for accessibility. So thank you for your patience.
All right, someone with more capable Spanish skills, want to let them know that they can click on the globe. I promise I'll have it typed out next time, and I'll keep practicing.
Laura, go for it.
You go ahead, Jose.
Oh, come on. Okay.
Or Nadia, okay, hay un globo debajo de la escena, dice escena, que dice interpretación, y hay que empujar esto si quieren escuchar la reunión en español.
All right, thank you, Trustee Blakely. Gracias, Trustee Blakely. Ayuda. We'll move on now to the communications from employee organizations where we left off. Do we have any emails or people on the phone here from employee organizations? I'm seeing a no head nod. Then we will move on to district committees. Any representatives on the phone or online from district committees? I don't see any hands raising. And again, if we call on you and you want to speak, or if it's a public comment, please feel free to open up the participants window, which should pop out on the right of your screen. And in the lower right-hand corner is the raise hand function. We'll move on now to the superintendent. Do you have any updates?
So just wanted to let everyone know we have a couple of meetings that are coming up. As always, after the board meeting, we have our community check-in, which will take place tomorrow at 3:30. We have a DAC meeting, the District Advisory Committee, next week at 5:30 p.m. And then I have my superintendent's coffee at Montaloma, also at 9:30 for parents. So those are our big items that we have coming up. And I do have one community comment for coming up for a topic that's not on the agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. So we'll move on now to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. It sounds like we know for sure we have one comment that Dr. Rudolph has received. If there are others on the phone or online and would like to raise their hand at this time and address the board on items not on the agenda. Dr. Rudolph, would you like to read the comment that you have?
This one comes from, and I apologize if I mispronounce the last name, Kathleen McUlis. Dear Mountain View Westman School District Board, since Huff Elementary's namesake has found to espouse racist and anti-immigrant beliefs, I would like to put forth the idea of replacing Frank L. Huff's name on the school with Brian Boitanos. Not only is he an amazing athlete, he's a local, having been born only a quarter mile from the school at El Camino Hospital. In addition to winning the gold medal in men's figure skating at the 1988 Calgary Olympics, he holds over 50 skating titles, 2 world titles, 4 consecutive national titles, and more professional titles than any other skater in the history of the sport. Furthermore, he is a humanitarian. In 1998, Brian founded Brian Boitanos Youth Skate, an organization whose purpose is to introduce the inner city youth of San Francisco to the sport of ice skating. Over 10,000 students ages 5 to 15 have participated in the program over the last 20 years. He personally attends the sessions and skates with, teaches, and plays with children. Last year, he received the Jefferson Award in the Bay Area, an award that recognizes people's extraordinary work without any exception of recognition for his work with this charity. Finally, he is an activist. Brian was part of Obama's presidential delegation to the 2014 Sochi Olympics because of his beliefs for advocating for diversity and tolerance, and welcomed the chance to speak out on these issues given the high visibility of the Olympic stage while in Russia. He was recently a speaker at the convention of the LGBTQ plus organization, Drive, along with Anderson Cooper, where he spoke about diversity and inclusion. Brian was also recently named an official spokesperson for Athlete Ally, an organization devoted to ending homophobia and transphobia in sports. Please consider renaming Huff Elementary after Brian Botano. It would be an inspired choice. Sincerely, Kathleen Mikulis, parent of 2 children at Huff Elementary.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there other members of the public who want to raise their hand? I don't see any. Okay, so we will move on now.
You have Laura raised.
Oh, sorry, Laura.
Thanks. I just have a question. I've been wondering what the status was of the, I don't know, the process about renaming Huff. We had said we were going to look into it, and I'm just curious if you have any update on where we are with formalizing that.
At the next board meeting, you will get an overview of with a timeline of the renaming process. And Ms. Siam has already sent out a message to the parents, letting them know that the process is about to begin and is seeking, per our board policy, we need to have a citizen advisory committee to overview it. And so she is starting the process for gathering the citizen advisory committee. But Ms. Henderson Ms. Efferman will be talking about that at the next board.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you, trustees. We'll move on now then to item 8B, approve pool of landscape architects to propose on district construction projects. I believe this is Dr. Westover.
Good evening. So we're bringing to the board a pool of landscape architects to approve. So all 3 of the landscape architects listed, Carducci, Gates and Associates, and Callender and Associates, have worked in the district previously. Verde Designs Incorporated is new to the pool this year. And each group was scored on a criteria. So if the board would like to approve this pool of landscape architects for the Measure T projects.
Are there questions from the board? Trustee Conley, you're muted.
Thank you, President Wilson. Dr. Westover, how many firms applied to be part of the pool?
4.
Oh, so these 4 are the only ones that applied?
Correct.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from trustees? No? Are there any members of the community that wish to address the board on this item? Seeing as none, any additional comments from trustees? Okay, so may I have a motion?
Go ahead, Ellen.
Yeah, so I move that we approve the above list of landscape architecture firms to be in the district's pool of architecture firms for the projects based on district's procurement and selection process identified here.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Yeah, a motion moved by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Gutierrez. The trustees approve the pool of landscape architects that was proposed. Thank you, Dr. Westover. We'll move on now to item 8C, Measure T project list.
So this is a follow-up from the presentation that was made in the previous board meeting. The previous board meeting, it was time for discussion and review, and this evening we're asking the board to take action on the proposed project list. The project list is exactly as it was when it was shown to you during the last meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Are there questions from trustees? I'm looking at the document. I love when I used to have the 2 screens. Trustee Conley?
Yes, Dr. Westover, will we, once the community input is done with the perimeter fencing that's going on, will this come back to us then with an updated estimate?
with an estimate on the cost.
Yes.
So along the way, as projects become more refined, we'll update the board.
Okay, thank you.
Other trustee questions? I don't see hands. Are there members of the public who wish to address the board on this item?
You have one comment, one question. Sorry, one
I
comment.
see Jim Zawarski. If you could unmute yourself, please.
Hey, okay, I sure did. I want to thank both Dr. Westover and Dr. Rudolph for soliciting community comment on the fencing issue. I would tell the board that Mauna Loma is unique in the district in that we have very little park space, and the fact that we're surrounded by Google makes it very unlikely that the city's ever going to be able to outbid Google for any land that does become available, so that it seems like this is our park, and this is a community park. It's in the middle of the area, and it's an area that is underserved by park space. I think there's very, very few parks. I know there's very few parks north of Central Expressway. So it is a hot button with the community. This is a community that has traditionally supported the school district, and I'm very happy to see that the school district is taking a step back to look at this and solicit the input of the community and balance that with the needs of the schools. And I want to thank both Dr. Rudolph and Dr. Westover for taking that step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zawarski, for your comment. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? If you could use the raise hand function. I'm not seeing anyone. We'll move on then to trustee comments. I would just like to comment that it's very refreshing to see a lot of things that are budgeted that are way under estimate, which I feel like gives us a lot of leeway to do other items or maybe bump up other projects or just explore different options. So I'm really pleased to see in a lot of these cases that we're under budget, which is great. Other comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely?
I just also want to commend the effort of Dr. Westover to make sure that that meetings with the community, in particular Mauna Loma, were scheduled, but I know there are meetings with the other school communities as well, and for taking that time because of the COVID freezing up of everything in the spring. I think it may feel a little late, but I'm glad that we are doing it. I'm glad that we're taking the community input into consideration, and just appreciate all the effort that's gone into that, and appreciate all the community members that have participated too.
Yeah, I'll second that. I hope the community realizes that these parks will be accessible. These are controls for during school time. We are in no way trying to prohibit folks from using the properties. That is not the intent. And I second what Trustee Blakely said. I'm really glad these conversations are happening and that we'd like to preserve our positive relationships with all community members at all sites. So thank you, Dr. Westover, for your efforts, and for the public for being involved and for keeping and sharing their ideas and their thoughts on these items. Trustee Conley?
I'd like to echo the same sentiments. I really appreciate, we've had one community meeting so far, and there was a really high attendance, and there was a lot of very useful input that was given. I think as a school district, we're used to thinking about how students and teachers interact with the space and families, but we don't always think about how seniors interact with the space. So having people from that population also share with us their concerns and needs is extremely useful. We recognize that, and I've said it before, that these green spaces are our handshake with the neighborhood. This is really how we interact with our community for residents who don't have students enrolled in our schools at the moment. And we want them to be welcoming spaces. We want them to be neighborhood spaces and the heart of the community. So thank you for your input. And I hope everybody looks at the calendar for the upcoming meetings for our other school sites.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, this is a question more than a comment. So we're thanking the Mauna Loma community for coming out to an input session. Have we made a final decision on what that fencing is going to be like?
So, sorry, Andy, did you want to?
I was just saying we're going through an iterative process, right? So right now we're taking the feedback that we've gathered. HYA was on the phone call along with Jason Cave. And so we'll come back and set up another meeting afterwards to have another conversation about sort of where we are. But we did take a lot of their feedback in. I walked the site personally today to look at some of the areas that they brought up. And, you know, there were some adjustments that we've already made, and we'll continue to make adjustments until we can figure out what's the right balance.
Trustee Gutierrez?
On any other comments or questions I'd like to make?
Please.
I move that the board approve the project list as presented with additional priority 1 items.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by Trustee Gutierrez and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the Measure T project list passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item 9A under review and discussion, and this is the Greenway Strategy Group presentation on the strategic plan development.
Great. So I would like to take this moment to introduce Martha Greenway from Greenway Strategy Group, who is leading the process for our strategic plan. I know that she'll talk about this, but she has met with trustees and had conversations with them. We spent the weekend and a pretty long session with about 60 plus community stakeholders, parents, teachers, classified staff, principals as well. We also, they did a great job of taking not only our previous survey results from the LCAP, but also there were about 1,100, close to 1,200 individuals who also responded to the thought exchange. And they synthesize all that information, and they will be presenting sort of where we are. And then, of course, they've met with the leadership team twice. They've met with the cabinet a couple times. And I know Martha has personally met with me multiple times since this process has started. So she's doing some phenomenal work for us, and I look forward to, or we all look forward to getting some more feedback about what comes next. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Martha Greenway.
Good evening, everyone. I am going to walk through a presentation this evening. So in a moment, I will stop my video and switch to the screen share. But it's a pleasure to have this opportunity to update the board and the community on our work thus far and discuss our next steps.
And just for the purposes, because I know this question will come up, we will be posting this on our website afterwards.
Thank you. So this is a basic overview of the approach that we'll be taking to the work. We are just wrapping up our analysis phase where we looked at some environmental issues and also some data about the organization. We've analyzed the implications of this information, and I will be sharing that presentation with you this evening. We're moving into our strategy development. This provides an opportunity to confirm the vision and mission of the district and to identify a set of priority student outcomes that this strategic plan will be directed towards. We'll then move into defining some strategic themes. We will be sharing some draft ideas of those with you this evening. Once we have stakeholder input on those outcomes and strategic themes, then we will move forward with developing specific objectives, measures, and strategies to move the work of the district forward over the next 6 years. We will be seeking board approval at that point, and then we will move into the action planning phase where detailed action plans with specific implementation steps, resource requirements, and timelines will be established. And then finally, we'll leave the superintendent and the board with a monitoring and review process to oversee the implementation. So this is a little bit more detail about the timeline. We've just completed the identification of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats and prioritization with a broad group of stakeholders last Saturday. We're moving into the defining of the priority outcomes and strategic themes, and we will be seeking stakeholder input starting next week, at which point we will make refinements and then work with strategy teams to develop those specific objective measures and initiatives before moving into the action planning. So thus far, analyzed district data as well as previous LCAP surveys. We conducted a community survey and had over 1,100 respondents. We facilitated an input session with the PTA leadership. We conducted interviews with all board trustees, and we facilitated a strategy session with 60 district stakeholders, which, as indicated, included parents, board members, teachers, classified staff, school administrators, and district leaders. So now I want to move into a summary of our analysis findings. So this slide shows the trends in district enrollment by student demographics over the last 5 years. So as we look at district performance over this period of time, it is important to note that the demographic mix of students has changed. And so we see that the Hispanic student population has decreased over this time, as has the percentage of students who are economically disadvantaged. There has been a slight increase in the percentage of students who are Asian, and a slight increase in the percentage of students who are English learners over this time. So during that same time period, the district has seen increases in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding standards in both ELA and math of about 10 points over this 5-year period. We looked at this by grade level over the last 2 years, and what we see as marked by the asterisk is that in 5th grade, a 5-point increase was seen in both English language arts and math. In the other grades, the differences from year to year are nominal, generally around 3% or so. You'll also note that for the 2019 year, indicated by the striped bars, the middle school grades are slightly lower, although not dramatically so, than the elementary grades. So now we want to look at how this data appears as a trend over time in looking at different subgroups. And what we see in math is that the students with the greatest gains have been those who are Asian, Hispanic, and students with disabilities. We've also seen a 6-point increase in students who are economically disadvantaged. And so over this 5-year period, all groups of students have improved in math. However, as you can see on the chart, significant gaps remain between Asian and white students and other groups of students. When we look at this data in English language arts, we also see that all student groups have improved, or the percentage meeting or exceeding standards has improved for all groups of students over this period. However, you will note that those subgroups of students who were performing at the lower levels have improved at a greater rate. So we have seen a 15-point increase in the percentage of Hispanic students meeting or exceeding, a 12-point increase in the percentage of economically disadvantaged students, and a 10-point increase in the percentage of students with disabilities. And so what we see in this chart is really what we want to see, which is all groups are moving forward, are improving in terms of the results, but the gap is closing because the lower performing groups are improving at a higher rate. On this chart, we look at the performance by levels within each grade. And so the assessment results are scored as not met, nearly met, met, and exceeded. And what we see when we look at math is that the percentage of students not meeting the standard is significantly higher for the middle grades than the elementary grades. When we look at the English language arts performance, we see that the percentage not meeting is really not substantially different. However, when we look at the bars at the very top, which are the percentage exceeding, we see that fewer students are exceeding standards at the middle grades. This chart shows the scores for science in 2018-19. Science isn't on the trend chart because science was only tested in 2018-19, and so we want to be cautious with any assessment in its first year. But we do see that while the overall percentage of students meeting or exceeding the top two sections of the bars in grades 5 and 8 is about the same, there are substantially fewer students exceeding the standard in 8th grade than in 5th grade. The next thing we're going to look at is a comparison with the state and neighboring district. So the striped pie represents Mountain View-Wissman, and what we see is that when compared to the state, Mountain View-Wissman has fewer Hispanic students. Over 50% of the students in the state are Hispanic, and about the same percentage of white students and a higher percentage of Asian students. Mountain View-Wissman has a higher percentage of Hispanic students than any of the neighboring districts. Sunnyvale is close with almost 30%. So these differences are important to keep in mind as we look at how the Mountain View-Wissman performance compares to the neighboring districts. We also looked at students by program categories. Over 60% of the students across the state of California are economically disadvantaged. In Mountain View-Wissman, that percentage in 2019-20 was 31.5, slightly exceeded by Sunnyvale at 34%, but you can see the gray bars in Cupertino, Los Altos, and Palo Alto are significantly lower. Additionally, the percentage of English language learners in Mountain View-Wissman are higher than the state and most of the surrounding districts, with the exception of Sunnyvale. So when we look at the comparison of scores in terms of the percentage of students meeting or exceeding in math, ELA, and science, we see that while Mountain View-Wissman exceeds the state and exceeds Sunnyvale, the performance is lower than that of the other districts. However, as we just saw, the demographics of the students overall are much different. So in order to understand this comparison in a little more depth, we looked at only students who are English learners and only students with disabilities. And here again, we see that Mountain View-Wissman exceeds the state and Sunnyvale, but is still behind the performance of the other districts. However, we don't know the extent to which these students who are English learners and students with disabilities are also economically disadvantaged, which could be a main differential because we know Mountain View-Wissman has a significantly higher percentage than the three Cupertino, Los Altos, and Palo Alto. So the next thing that we did is we looked only at students who were economically disadvantaged, and here we see that the results are much closer among the neighboring districts. Mountain View-Wissman exceeds the state and Sunnyvale again, but is much closer in performance for these students than the other districts. And I'll even point out that in English language arts with economically disadvantaged students, Mountain View-Wissman exceeds Palo Alto. The next thing that we wanted to look at was looking within Mountain View-Wissman students to see how this interconnection of race, ethnicity, and economic disadvantage affects student achievement. And so what this chart shows is within the categories of white students, Hispanic students, and Asian students, we then subdivided by whether the students were economically disadvantaged, represented by the pattern bar, versus not economically disadvantaged, represented by the solid bar. And the first thing we note very clearly, which is the percentage in the box, is the difference in performance by students who are economically disadvantaged versus those who are not. There is a significant gap across all racial and ethnic groups when one looks at the effect of income and economic disadvantage. However, what we also note is that regardless of status, economic disadvantage status, Hispanic students perform lower in both categories. So approximately 18% fewer or 18% fewer Hispanic students in the non-economically disadvantaged category and about 21% in the economically disadvantaged compared to the white students. When we look at ELA, we see that the gap is actually lower for Hispanic and Asian students as influenced by economic disadvantage, but for two different reasons. With our Asian students, we see that the economically disadvantaged students are actually performing higher than the non-economically disadvantaged Hispanic students. So the reason that gap is smaller is because the economically disadvantaged students are doing really well. With the Hispanic students, we see the opposite effect. The reason that gap is smaller is because the non-economically disadvantaged students are doing so poorly comparatively. So they are almost 30 points below the white students who are non-economically disadvantaged. So what we want to note with these slides is that while economic disadvantage is a substantial differentiator, so is race, and specifically Hispanic ethnicity is a large differentiator regardless of income level. And we see the same phenomenon when we look at science. And the last thing I want to share in our data review is some information on retention. This came up in several of our focus groups and conversations as a concern, but when actually looks at the retention rates of certificated staff, the slide on the chart on the left reflects all certificated staff. And what we see is that that retention rate has remained pretty stable over the last 4 years. Between 84 and 87%. The retention rate for new teachers, however, actually increased substantially in the 2019-20 year. So now we're going to move to sharing some data on stakeholder perceptions. So on the LCAP survey, one of the things that we found was that there were a number of areas where the percentage of parents, teachers, or staff had increased by over 10 points over the last 5 years. And so we want to highlight these. Some of these have some room for improvement yet. And so if they're in red, it means that the percent strongly or agreeing or strongly agreeing with this item still remains under 75%. But we can see tremendous gains in ELL student performance support, underperforming student support, special education student support, which has actually increased by 26 percentage points. High-performing students receive the resources they need. So in terms of that targeted student support, there have been tremendous improvements, although as we see, some areas still have some ways to go. Students receiving the social emotional support and students having access to non-academic counseling and guidance, those were teacher ratings that have also increased 10%. Parents' perception of student preparation, my child is on track for college and career, has improved by 16%, and that has improved in the perception of teachers by 16%, although we still only have 57% agreeing or strongly agreeing. We see a number of areas of teacher support where teachers and staff are rating these areas at a significantly higher level of agree and strongly agree than in the past. We do see that when it comes to satisfaction with professional development, that one still has some significant room for improvement. And then we also see some significant gains in ratings of the instructional practices at the school, which are reflected on the chart on the bottom. So before I go to the next slide, I do want to say that the responses on the survey are overwhelmingly positive. The percentage of items where over 90% agree or strongly agree is really remarkable, particularly among students. So one of the reasons there's not any areas here where 10% improve for students is because the ratings have been so high all along. And so that is something we really want to note that the district should be very proud of, is the level of stakeholder satisfaction based upon these perception surveys. Now, on these next few slides, we are highlighting the areas where that level of agreement or strongly agreement with these items is still below 75%, meaning that a quarter or more are not in agreement that they are satisfied with these areas. So still some room to grow in the area of student support from the perception of both parents and teachers. still some room to grow in terms of student preparation for the future, particularly in the perception of teachers regarding both students on track for high school success and college and career success. And 72% of parents agree or strongly agree their child is on track for high school success. Teacher support, we already referenced the item regarding professional development. Parents are not quite as supportive of the community engagement facilitators encouraging an involvement, although I do understand those positions are new, so that may just be a matter of exposure. Decision-making and involvement in that, both for parents and teachers and staff, are areas that are below 75%. The only area where student ratings are below 75% is regarding the question about my school is clean. I will say this has been consistently low over the last 6 years. It's not rated low by any other stakeholders, which makes one wonder if perhaps students are responding to areas that students frequent and adults don't very often. And so that might be something that the district could look into. We did have over 1,100 respondents to our survey. They were arrayed into the following roles. Those numbers do add up to more than 100% because people could select multiple categories. And so the first item that we're looking at are the percentage who strongly agree. And the reason we look at strongly agree is because it really differentiates much more in terms of what people really consider the most essential assets of the school district. And so we have indicated here with the star, those where over 40% of all of the respondent categories rated this as a strongly agree. And so effective teachers, I will say effective teachers also came up in all of our conversations. Students feel supported by adults at their schools, safe schools, clean and well-maintained facilities, and access to and use of technology. The next question asked about areas that were opportunities for improvement. And here, there were no areas where 40% strongly agreed something was an opportunity for improvement. So a lot more difference of opinion in this arena. So we dropped the threshold down to 30% strongly agreeing something was an opportunity, which is still almost a third of the respondent category. And so what we see is preparation for high school, the middle school program, special education resources and support that meet individual student needs, administrative support for teachers, professional development for teachers, which we've already discussed as well, equitable access to school district resources, school flexibility for site-based decisions, and district communication are areas where over 30% of the respondents in each of these categories strongly agree there were opportunities for improvement. And I will say you'll see some parallels to what was coming out of the LCAT survey data, and most of these items were also iterated in our conversations with community stakeholders that we had. And so what I want to move into next is sharing the draft strategic plan framework that has been developed as a result of the input at the strategy design session, where again, we had over 60 participants representing all of the categories listed here at the bottom of this chart. And we then received input on that from the district cabinet and the district leadership team, which includes all site-based principals. And so based on that, what we have done is to take each of the 5 current goal areas of the district strategic plan. We have identified for the goal areas that are directly focused on students and are directly interacting with students. We have identified student outcomes. And then you see we have our 2 supporting goal areas at the end, and those are kind of infrastructure issues that are necessary in order to ensure that the student-focused goal areas are achieved. I do want to call attention to the area on the right-hand side of the chart. So within each of the goal areas, we've identified specific strategic themes where initiatives need to be developed to enhance or improve the work of the district. These strategic themes on the right affect multiple goal areas because there are opportunities to address these strategic themes across all of the goal areas. And those are student ownership of learning, equitable access to opportunities and resources, and cultural awareness. And so within the goal area of academic excellence, you can see the outcomes that have been listed there. So students performing at the highest levels, each student exhibits at least 1 year of growth, exhibiting strong writing skills, exhibiting relevant self-directed learning, and preparation for high school. Now, on the note of preparation for high school, I will say that we don't have data about the extent to which students are not prepared, but there's definitely a perception among parents and teachers that there's room for improvement in that area, and it came up in our stakeholders strategy session as well. So the major strategic theme there is around curriculum enhancements and implementation. So enriching the curriculum, establishing a integrated writing curriculum, strengthening the upper level math curriculum, and looking at integration of the literacy and ELA curriculum across all areas were some of the kind of specific ideas that were talked about there. Under achievement gaps, clearly we want to reduce gaps for the three groups of students where we see those most dramatically: economically disadvantaged, Latinx students, and students with disabilities, as well as increasing language proficiency for the ESL students. And so the general strategic theme here is around developing targeted approaches for both instructional strategies and academic support that are innovative and effective. Under inclusive and supportive school culture, inclusive and supportive culture, the outcomes are to enhance students' social, emotional, and executive functioning skills, increasing student engagement, reducing disparities in discipline outcomes, and increase family engagement. And there's two strategic themes here where specific initiatives would be designed: support for families and fostering student success, and consistent approaches to positive student behavior and social emotional learning. And then finally, within that supporting goal areas under human capital, ensuring quality teachers, staff, and administrators, and also working on collaboration among teachers, collaboration across schools, and collaboration between schools and district administration, and particularly around sharing of effective practices and knowledge. And then under resource stewardship, the major strategic theme that was referenced here is to manage the anticipated increase in student enrollment and to begin to think strategically now about how that will be addressed. I will say that there are several areas in this goal area currently that could perhaps be moved into an operational continuous improvement category because at the time of the last strategic plan, some intervention was required to get those areas on track. But now, based on the feedback that we've received, they seem to be working very effectively and perhaps could be moved into an operational continuous improvement mode. So this is the framework in which the specifics of the strategic plan implementation and the initiatives to be rolled out would be developed. But before we do that, let me just talk about our next steps. So up above, you are reminded of the steps we've already taken. So between October 2nd, which is tomorrow, and October 16th, the district is going to begin an intensive process of stakeholder feedback via both district level and school level meetings, as well as a community survey open to all stakeholders and community members. And so specifically, those district and school meetings will include the Board of Education, which we're doing today, all school site councils, the District Advisory Council, and the District English Language Learners Advisory Council. Following that input, which our team at the Greenway Strategy Group will receive, code, and analyze, that will then be shared with the superintendent and team to make enhancements to that strategic plan framework I just shared. Based on those revisions, strategic initiatives will be identified, and those will be brought back to the board, both the revamped or adjusted strategic plan framework, I should say, and the specific strategic initiatives will be brought to the board for approval on November 19th. And then in the period of December to January, that's when we will begin working with the district leadership on the specific action plans that will include those activities, timelines, and resource requirements for those strategic initiatives to launch in phase 1, which will primarily be in the next school year. So at this point, I will stop sharing my screen and open it up. I don't know, Dr. Rudolph, if there's anything you want to add before we open it up for questions or comments.
Thank you, Martha, for presenting all the information and going through the data. I think it was very informative for people to see that. Just want to talk just really about process real quick. What we're looking for is for the board to weigh in on specific themes. So this is where the hard part is going to come in. Our natural tendency is to jump right down to a specific action as opposed to the actual theme that you're looking for. So for instance, I'll just give a good action from our previous strategic plan was originally, if we would have called it out, would have been like CEOLA SIOP, right? So go out, find this specific program and check it off the box. Whereas the larger conversation originally was find an early English language acquisition program that is research-based that will help to improve outcomes for English language learners. And then we spent time looking at SEAL and eventually set it on SIOP because of some of the logistical items as well as the costs that sort of were associated with it. So I say this to say that it is natural at this point to jump to a very specific item that you are looking for or that you want to see accomplished versus to take a step back and say, here's the theme that I'm looking for. And that theme could manifest itself in that specific item, that specific action, but it could also end up being something that is a little bit more surprising. So, saying that we're going to go to one-to-one is a specific action. Saying that we want to make sure that every kid is connected is a specific theme. And I hope that sort of clarifies what we're looking for, but we do plan, as Martha brought up, we do plan on bringing back action or showing the board action items after we sort of finalize the specific themes. And then if there's an outcome that you sort of feel is missing, the student outcomes that are listed, then it would be great to know those things.
All right, so we'll open it up now to questions from trustees. Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you. So, Dr. Rudolph, I've got a couple of questions for you. I've been getting some feedback from parents, not many, but just a few. And they were wondering if I could pose this question, which is, do we feel as a board and as a district that it's time to go through this evaluation at this moment because of COVID and the challenges with reopening, or is it something that we should address after a new board's been elected?
So great question. So
those are the two questions. Sorry.
So I think there are two things that are taking place here. So first, you need to remember that we have to create an LCAP. The LCAP is the 3-year framework that is coming up. That process starts in January. And what we did the last time, and it's a 3-year process, and it was new when we developed our strategic plan. And so the first strategic plan actually encompassed the first 3 years of the LCAP, and then we revised it. And actually the LCAP would have been rewritten before this new strategic plan came in. COVID actually delayed when the new LCAP comes. So the new LCAP starts in January, and you want the LCAP to be driven by the strategic plan, not the strategic plan driven by the LCAP. And so from a timing standpoint, you do want to go ahead and start down this road. The second part of this is that this is also, and this goes back to the strategic plan, if you look at what we call the green version of the strategic plan, the original one, you'll notice that there are a lot more action items that were on that strategic plan, as opposed to what is on what we call the blue version. And the blue version was an updated strategic plan. I think it occurred when you were president or right after. I can't remember who was present, but it was after maybe the first year or so that took place. So it's a living document that is always undergoing revisions, but it does drive the intent over the next couple of years. The second part is considering that everything else that's going on. And so whether or not we should pause because of COVID, I don't think that, so we don't know whether or not we're going to be held responsible for test scores. Every indication, at least with the current administration, is that students will be tested at the end of the year. And that the LCAP will be responsible, and the waivers that were given under ESSA, Every Student Succeeds Act, are going to be there, right? And so it's important for us to continue down this process. We've actually delayed it originally because it was supposed to start right at the beginning of COVID, and it would have lasted through this process right till the end of this school year. And so we delayed it because we had to focus on reopening. I think it is important, considering that everything that's going on, for us to go ahead and have this conversation about what we aspire to, because it is possible that this could be part of our new normal. And instead of looking at the world from a standpoint of, well, what happens in sort of a distance learning environment, we should aspire to say that regardless of what occurs moving forward, right? Over the last 3 years, we've had fires that have closed schools down. Today, the air quality is pretty bad. It wasn't as bad as it was during the last 2 fires that occurred at the early part of the season. But we should aspire to be a school district that can function in any type of setting, and that we can go through both, right? But that aspirational goal doesn't occur if we don't go ahead and acknowledge that this may be part of the new normal. And so it is, while we're looking at some of the issues that are arising with distance learning, and as we think about what issues we already knew existed with our traditional learning, this is actually, I believe, the perfect setting to really dive in and to start thinking about these ideas. Because I'll give you a good example of this, and I know I talked about connectivity a second ago. We wouldn't have had the connectivity conversation 4 months ago. We wouldn't have went to a one-to-one learning environment for the whole school district 4 months ago. We would have passed, similar to what we did. We passed out a couple devices, we patched it, and we moved forward. Whereas now we're thinking, if this is where the district wants to go, this is what we aspire to be, then we need to find ways to really live in this environment. And I think that's when you see those curriculum enhancements or those instructional practices enhancements that can be incorporated also with the distance learning framework as well as our traditional framework. So I think this is a perfect time to capitalize on everything that's sort of going on and to really be aspirational in terms of our approach.
Thank you.
Other trustee questions? Trustee Conley?
Yes, I have just a few questions, but not too many. One of the things that I realized wasn't in the slides when we went through it again tonight, because we saw some of it at the strategy session on Saturday. So we compared our performance for our students in some of our subgroups to performance in other school districts around us. We did not compare the performance of our students who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged to the students in other districts who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged. And I'm curious about that because yeah, it's data that I'm interested in, and it speaks to our student performance in the district. I don't know if it came up in the analysis or if it's something that can be added in the future.
Martha, since your firm did the analysis, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, and actually, it occurred to me also after going through the presentation that was perhaps a gap in the analysis. So I pulled the data. I'm actually looking at it right now, and we can certainly add that information to the presentation. I will say that it is very, very close. So when one looks at the Mountain View Wissman students who are not economically disadvantaged versus in ELA, I'm just going to run through these numbers real quickly. The percentage of non-economically disadvantaged students meeting or exceeding an ELA in Mountain View Wisman was 86%. In Cupertino, it's 87. In Los Altos, it's 89. And in Palo Alto, it's 86. In math, in Mountain View Wisman, it's about 82. Cupertino, 89. Los Altos, 88. And Palo Alto, 87. So there's a slightly larger gap in math, 5 to 7 points. It's pretty much exactly the same in English language arts. So I'm happy to add that chart for future reference.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Greenway. That's really helpful information. I had another question, which is, so we are in our outreach going on over the next few weeks. I know that we're going to talk to our district, our DAC and our SSCs. I'm using acronyms here, I'm sorry. And we're talking to our DLAC. Can we also talk to our ELACs? Do they meet during that time period? If we're doing our SSCs and our DAC, I thought we should do our ELAC and our DLAC.
Right. So each site principal will meet with their ELAC, their site council, as well as their PTA and gather feedback. We have another survey that is going out to the whole community, to all of our stakeholders so that they can give additional feedback. And then, yes, we will be meeting with our district level groups too. And also they will be, principals will also be meeting with their teachers and classified staff and during a staff meeting and going over it also.
And Superintendent Rudolph, how does the outreach and community engagement process in this iteration of the strategic planning process compare to what happened 5 years ago? I wasn't on the board then, but I'd love to know, how the processes match up.
So I think this is actually a lot more extensive than what we did previously. So we were fortunate that we did the district quality review and the school quality review in the beginning, and that drove a lot of the community outreach. And then we did, we brought in, similar to what we did previously, we brought in a group of parents and community members who served sort of on that advisory, and they went through a couple activities. And then we actually just did one sort of session across the board, and then principals took the information out. But when the principals took the information out, it was more to say, here's where we are. It wasn't this back and forth that we're currently undergoing right now with, here are the themes that we're looking for. What are your thoughts? Are there some outcomes that we're missing? So this is a lot more extensive. The numbers will probably look the same, but again, a lot of that is because the district quality review and the school quality review that started when I first got here drove a lot more of the conversation in the beginning than what this is. This is a true, strategic plan process.
Thank you.
Martha, I'm curious, piggybacking off of Devin's question for the students that are not socioeconomically disadvantaged, I'm wondering what those numbers look like by ethnicity as well. Because I was, frankly, when you presented this on Saturday, I was shocked to see that the achievement gap between Caucasians and Hispanics is only 1.6% off. Of course, they start at different levels, but so there's definitely an economics piece in there. But I would really like to see how those numbers for our higher achieving students play out by ethnicity, because I think it could help drive some of our decision making and theme development. So I'm hoping you could help us with that. I don't have other questions. Other questions from trustees? Definitely comments. Trustee Conley?
Just one more quick question. I was looking at I haven't seen what the new LCAP looks like. I don't know if anyone has yet, because that process has been delayed. But I was looking at the LCAP from last year. Do we see being able to use this strategic plan to align with the LCAP and our school site plans? Is that something that we think is possible?
Yes. So what we can work on is the LCAP language is actually a little different than the strategic plan language. And so what we can do, is take the LCAP goals as we come up with what it looks like, and embed that into the strategic plan goals. And so you can see the continuity across all three documents. And I think what you currently see is you see reference to the LCAP or to the strategic plan in the LCAP, but you don't see it in a reverse manner. And so by highlighting what the LCAP goals are in the strategic plan document, and then again, the reference in the LCAP goals as well as the site plans, I think you'll be able to see the alignment at a greater scale.
Trustee Gutierrez?
Oh, we're on comments, right?
We still have to go to community comments first.
Right. I'm sorry. That's what I meant.
Unmuted. No worries. Are there other questions from trustees? Okay, I see. I believe we have one email question. We have raised hands that are coming up in the participant windows. If you are on the phone or online, if you're online, please go ahead and open the participant panel and click on the raise hand function on the bottom right. I see 2 hands going up. Let's see if we get any more in the next couple of seconds. All right, we will, since there's only 2, we'll start off with, first we'll allocate 3 minutes, and we'll start off with Jenny Schroeder. If you could please unmute.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess my question goes to input into the strategic plan, because I participated in the first round with the SWOT analysis, and I went into it thinking that there would be a chance for live input, for open-ended questions, and true feedback about where the strengths and weaknesses of the district. And I was really disappointed to see that it was nothing but preset. What do you think about these potential strengths? What do you think about these potential opportunities, with no further detail or depth to them? And so I know that Dr. Rudolph just said that he thinks this strategic plan is going into a lot more detail, or is going out to a lot more stakeholders. And Dr. Rudolph, I apologize if I'm misstating, but as a parent of a student who has now gone all the way through the district and is now in high school, and a second student who is in middle school, I have some feedback that I would like to provide as part of this plan. And I don't know how I can do that with the current setup. It's great that you're including site councils, but that's an extremely limited number of people per site. And I'm glad that you're including ELAC and DLAC, but again, that's a very limited number of people per site. So how are you going to get the broader community participation to get, not just the most common points of view, but the trailing points of view that are going to be so essential to making a strategic plan that will truly drive 6 years for this district? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder. We'll move on now to Patrick Neschleba. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks. Patrick Neschleba, parent of a 6th grader at Crittenden and longtime district parent. First of all, I just wanted to commend the district for embarking on this plan in the middle of COVID. I think it's not only important for the reasons that Dr. Rudolph enumerated earlier, but just being able to get to details in time for next year's budget process is also good in terms of timing. And I love the idea that we're a district that wants to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time and doesn't just get tunnel visioned with dealing with COVID. So kudos to folks for trying to move this ahead. I recognize it's early in the process right now, and it's easy to view some of the thinking as very linear in what's being shown so far. You've surveyed the population, you've identified kind of key things, and then there's clear responses in the draft plan to that. When I look at the data and I see race-based disparities in academic performance, regardless of socioeconomic status. And then I see the community feedback saying, well, we don't see a lot of more opportunity areas in all the questions that were around diversity inclusion. I worry that there's a blind spot. And I would encourage you, as you flesh this process out, to think about what you might be missing in the coming steps, because the issues of diversity and things, maybe that's why we do see differences, because we don't see it as a problem. And we have to spend a little bit more time about talking about the fact that it really is an area and it needs more focus than a single line item that says we're going to target a specific community. There may be strategic culture actions and bigger things that the district needs to look at. So just as you think about your process, I know it's early, this is a draft plan, but I just encourage you to think about pulling out those X factors, thinking about blind spots, and engaging with the committee on that. That's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Neshlova. And do we have another email comment, Dr. Rudolph?
We do. This one comes from Christopher Chang. Trustees, aligning board goals to strategic plan is a smart coordination, and passing a 6-year plan for 4 weeks before an election with 3 board exchanges hands denies input from the incoming board that would be tasked to carry forward your good work. The 6-year time frame all but ensures the incoming board will have no input in setting of that direction. The biggest mistakes any board makes is moving too fast with too few stakeholders. Just as the nation is grappling with what democracy means with the Supreme Court nominations, you have until June. Why the rush? The board members express interest in setting goals that each student make grade level progress each year. As the board look carefully at what metrics are used to gauge this. Further escalation of test scores will force teachers to reduce the use of projects and authentic learning for the sake of doing better on tests. Every child works at a different pace. A rigid pacing creates a false impression for families that something is wrong with their child. Creating room for more diverse ways of learning allow children to see they are indeed fine. They may just work differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We're going to open it up now to comments from trustees. Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so one of the things that this district has not been as successful in doing as it should be is ensuring that all of our students are ready for middle school math. So by the time we see the the charts for middle school math, what we see is a huge racial disparity. And so I'll share that Trustee Conley and I were on the same input session with Martha Greenway, and we both commented about that. And I also said that a way that you have students be ready for middle school math is that you pay attention to them every step of the way, including, starting in first grade. So, what the cliche always was, look at them in fourth grade, see if they know fractions. But it's more than that. It's, we look at third graders, we look at second graders, and we see more and more low-income Hispanic students who pass from grade to grade, and they're scoring at below level math. So, with all respect to Chris Chang, I think we have to pay attention to how students are doing grade to grade to grade, so that by the time they get to middle school, they aren't that far behind. And then what we end up with is, higher level math with very few Hispanic kids. So, and that's a long-winded way of saying one of the components of this plan that I am most enthusiastic about is the one where we say explicitly that we want every student to achieve 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. So, and then, if you're behind, you want more than 1 year's growth. So that's what I'd like to see. And I'll share that I submitted this comment to Superintendent Rudolph earlier today, so he's not surprised by my comment.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Trustee Gutierrez?
Well, you can't please everyone all the time, right? But here's the thing, right? We've come a long way since when we first began with Allende and when I joined the board. And I'm glad that we're at this stage now, because at the beginning we did need to find out what's the perspective at each school site and the district as a whole. And since then, we've been able to tackle various issues year in and year out. And I look at this, like Allende said, as a living document. So now where we stand, I think we have better perspective, and we've been able to have better teacher retention in the last few years too. And I think when you have, and this is something I think Ellen's always said, when you have great teaching, you get great results, right? So I like that the teams that we have right now are sticking by our district, are participating, and they're making a difference. And now I think we just have to take it to the next level. And yeah, sure, I understand that there's elections a few weeks away, but this is also part of our trustee duties to make sure that none of this gets dropped and that we continue to push for participation and awareness of where else we can make impacts, not just for this time, but for the upcoming school year and the upcoming years. And it's the timing that pushes the willingness for the district to try and work towards achievement, right? Because it is a process. It's a process that we didn't have beforehand. So now that we're in it, it can only get better. And once a few of us aren't here anymore, like me, I won't be here. Whoever comes in can step in and take it from there. But they'll have the chance to participate as well as the community as a whole. So I like the direction that we're going, and it seems that also promotes what we all wanted to see, which was to have accountability at different school sites and the ability to work as a team in different sites, so that we can work towards a greater goal of addressing these district-wide issues from a district-wide approach, understanding the uniqueness of every single school, neighborhood, community, and understanding that there's going to be a need for us to help out one way or another, how to get to that point with professional development, community input, and then figuring out how we can combine all this to also have cultural sensitivity training, not just for our teachers, but now more than ever within the community itself, so that we can try and bridge the gap of understanding that diversity is a strength and not a weakness. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. Trustee Conley?
Yes, I wanted to say, I really echo the sentiments of my fellow trustees who've spoken so far. And I'd like us to not only close our gaps in math and ELA, our achievement gaps, but also to be even more competitive with our surrounding districts, despite our socioeconomic differences. I think that we are quite capable of being on par with them and showing them that every child is capable of achieving a high quality education. And I wanted to speak to, I think that focus on data, it's interesting. There are pressures within education. There's a narrative about a focus on data precluding good teaching. And I have lived this. I have taught this. I taught at Stevenson Pact, where I was trained in progressive education. I did project-based learning. I got responsive classroom training. And then I went to teach at a rocket ship charter school, which is an extremely data-driven setting. But I used project-based learning, progressive education practices, parent involvement in a school setting that was 85% low-income Spanish-speaking families. My students made over 1.5 years of growth in 1 year. And in that single year, I was a national award-winning teacher. So I don't think that being data-driven means that we can't incorporate those other kinds of teaching. I think instead it sets an excellent goalpost. In fact, the standards and the performance on these tests, that's the low bar, frankly. We've got a lot of Google babies in our community, right? And they are getting so many resources in school and outside of school that some of our other students don't have access to. That achievement, we're going to close that gap, but that is the low bar because we know so many other kids in private schools, for example, are getting access to things that our students should have access to. So let's have a broader vision about how we get there. The one thing that I am curious about in terms of our framework, we don't have, and I'm looking off to the side because I've got it pulled up on my computer. We don't have anything about student mental health in the framework. I know that it can feed into a lot of these student outcomes that we've spoken about, or that, you know, that are included here, but I'm wondering if something about student mental health needs to be part of our strategic themes that are addressed in multiple goals, because that focus on mental health informs a lot of teacher training, trauma-based practices. It informs a lot of our strategies around like how we pick an SEL curriculum. You know, there's so many pieces that tie into it. So I think if I was going to add one more thing, that's what I'd like to add. And the other thing, I'm really excited about this process. I very much appreciate Martha and her team's work on this. I think it's excellent. The data is extremely informative. And the way I see it, I've joined many organizations that already had their strategic plan in place. And my job was to figure out, okay, where are we and what are the things we need to keep working on? Where do we improve? How do we move forward? And what I see my role as a board member is I am not writing the strategic plan. This strategic plan is from our community. This strategic plan is driven by our parents, our staff, our students, our teachers, our administrators, our district office. My job is oversight of the process. My job is not to dictate a strategic plan. That's not why I'm elected to the board. So I'm really glad that we've undertaken it, and I think this is going to be very fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Trustee Blakely?
Well, I echo everyone's comments. I'm glad we're moving forward. The new trustees will have an opportunity to work on it, you know, based on the schedule that Martha laid out. I really like the way that she synthesized the data and also framed the goal areas. And in particular, those ones that were on the side of the student success goals chart that overlap, the strategic themes that overlap the student ownership of learning. I think that's so fundamentally important. And I think just making sure we incorporate that is going to be huge. Equitable access to opportunities and resources, like Trustee Connolly said. Many of our students have that at home, but many don't, and we need to make sure that all students do. And I think we've done a reasonably good job of that, but there's definitely room to grow. And then cultural awareness. I mean, it's 2020, guys. that is just so important. And it was in our strategic plan last time, but that was the one goal area where, you know, crises or things like COVID kept coming up and we were ready to push forward, and then something just really overwhelming took the space. And so now I love having our equity coach. It's, you know, that is going to make sure it doesn't fall off a plate, because that is her plate. The whole plate would have to crack, and I don't think any of us want to let that happen. So I'm glad to see that those themes are emphasized. And also just going through some of the slides, and Trustee Connolly touched on this earlier with the non-socioeconomically disadvantaged students and comparing the data, but perennially, since I've been involved in this district almost 20 years, the high-performing students receiving the resources that they need. I mean, we need to make sure that our higher performing kids are engaged, and the parents, at least, that was 56% agreed with that. And so I think that's something that we have to keep in mind, cutting across themes. And I want to get more of the students in the SPED area and the Latinx, and I want that to include all high performing students. And I think the ownership in education and kids feeling like they can being empowered will help with that as well. And just some of those other areas too that had less support, the professional development. I know we've made 11% progress there, but I'd like to continue. I'm hoping that we can continue to provide more PD that our teachers find useful and helpful. I think if this because this was based on 2019 data, if this data were taken this year, I think you might see that, because my understanding is that our teachers and staff have been very appreciative of in particular, the distance learning PD that was done at the beginning of the year to help them be able to teach effectively remotely. But I would love to, build on that success and continue. Yeah, and then just overall engagement seemed low. And so I would like to make sure that ripples into, it's probably mostly inclusive and supportive culture, but I would love to make sure that we continue to push on engagement at all levels: parent engagement, student engagement, community engagement. And then I'm glad to see finally in the resource stewardship, the managing increase in student enrollment, because although that's probably more of a tactical goal, it's a train coming down the tracks. It's going to hit us. And there's already, 1,850 units that Google has proposed for development in East Westman. They're on the agenda in the near term for approval with the city. So we need to manage that. So I'm glad that is on here, even though it's more tactical. Finally, I just want to compliment again the compliments other people have given for Martha and Greenway strategies. I'm very impressed by the work that you've done, and looking forward to continuing the process with more community input and input from all these groups, as was outlined earlier.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. Trustee Wheeler? You're still muted.
I know, I'm unmuting myself. I'd like to double down on two of the comments that Trustee Conley made, where she described her own teaching experience using project-based learning and increasing student test scores. So those two things aren't opposite. And, a lot of our parents say they want more project-based learning, and, Trustee Conley and others have shown that you can use this effectively, so students are having fun, they're engaged, and they increase their test scores. And the other thing, again, to get back to Trustee Conley and I being in the same cohort, giving feedback. So yes to explicit attention to social emotional learning.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. So I would like to echo what the other trustees have said and thank Martha and her team for all the work they've done thus far in pulling these high-level themes together. For folks who don't know, there was a 3-hour session on Saturday that included multiple, I think 5 or 6 breakout groups that included several trustees, parents, district staff, principals. Sorry, 2 trustees only. But we did meet at the end to summarize. But the point being, it was a huge listening session. There was feedbacks, but I don't at all see this as an exercise where the trustees are driving it. We are seeing where all this feedback falls, and at least this current board isn't a line item board. We let the sites, we let the feedback drive the conversation. We don't try to go in and prescribe, oh, we don't like this, or let's add this thing in on the side as a side project because it's a pet project. That's not how this board operates. I'm hoping it's not how the next one does either. Our job, though, is to govern, and we don't stop just because viruses show up at our door. So I'm glad to see that we've continued the process of looking at this and seeing where things land and getting this feedback from the community. And again, this is run by Martha and her team, and the process is subjective. They're gathering this feedback. I heard a lot of great ideas. I love how it's shaken out into this first round. My understanding is that there will be more parent feedback coming through surveys and PTA, and that I believe the principals will be driving some of the communication on that. So please look forward to that. This is not the final draft or version. This is just a progress report on where we're at and where we're landing as of today. I'd also like to point out, I've seen this in my professional work, and I've seen this at various, especially at the community check-ins that the district has been running, that surprisingly COVID, I believe, is getting more people engaged. They don't have to leave their home. They can log in real quick or log out. But the numbers present at meetings, the people that are coming and talking, there have been hundreds at some of these meetings. I think it's one of the surprising outcomes of this, and I'm hoping it gets us a lot more feedback as we move forward. I like seeing that there's early intervention. A lot of the data is showing that these gaps are there. They're there before we get them. I don't want to prescribe how we fix that, but I know that there's an early intervention piece that must be addressed. And I'm not light-iteming that. That was something that came out of other people's discussions as well. So I'm glad to see that that was in there. And I think it's great that we can set high expectations from the get-go. Maybe that's a culture shift. I don't know how that changes, but we expect every student to be a high achiever, a scholar, not just a student, a scholar from the day they walk through the door. So I think that's very important. And I'd also like to say that this notion that we are so data driven that we're going to end up teaching to the test is absolutely erroneous. As far as I'm aware, the teachers write those numbers down of standards met, standards exceeded, not the iReady algorithm. So we still have teachers evaluating our kids, having those personal relationships and their understanding of how our kids are performing when those grades are submitted, not just an iReady test score. So I just wanted to add that. I have notes kind of scattered here. I ran out of space. I think that's all I had. I'm really excited to see this process move forward. It's going to be a moving conversation, a living document. You know, the year's worth of growth that this current board decided as a goal a while ago, not only helps try to capture our kids that are struggling, but also the ones that are high performing. I mean, they also should show a full year's worth of growth. So I don't want us to forget that. I also think as a board, we discussed, you know, any new goals that we or the new board would come up with should align to this. We have to be very intentional in our approach. The district does, and they can't be derailed by pet projects. So any future board goals should be aligned with what the strategic plan is. So I'll end there, but I just want to thank everyone for the engagement and for the feedback, and I'll pass it over to Trustee Blakely. I see her hand up.
Thank you. Just one more quick comment. You talk about notes being written all over. The first thing I had written down was mental health. And I think my point was, you know, and I know Trustee Conley brought that up as well, but that's probably another strategic theme addressed in multiple goal areas. Because I think I'd seen the mental health both in the achievement gap and the inclusive and supportive culture. And so I know we're hiring a new health and wellness coordinator. So I think that'll help see that addressed too. So just want to make sure that I didn't drop that. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Trustee Blake. And the community may not be aware that early last winter, we were talking about trying to develop a whole policy around health and wellness before dear COVID showed up. So yeah, it's definitely been on the radar. And I believe, at least in my breakout group, it was very solidly stated that it's a primary goal. Trustee Gutierrez?
Yes, I was just going to follow up on that we did have a process and that you had brought awareness to that along with some other team members in terms of the importance of mental health and the pivotal role that could play in students' achievement. So we talked about it, and we've been in this process of hiring personnel to help us with that too. So I don't want the community to not think that we're not addressing it because it has come up, and it's just that it's not present in what you see it because there's already movement going on with it. But if we can add to the strategic plan where we're at with that, because I think that was the agreement that we would have that as part of the plan, it just didn't make it. And that's the one spot where I think we should add on. So if Martha can help us with that and to signify where we're at with progress, that will be very useful, right? Oh, and I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but one thing of note is if you compare the numbers of Latino students that we have in a district now to 4 and 5 years ago, it's significantly less. So I don't know what that means outside of this area being expensive, but I do know that the group that we have left is trying and they're becoming successful. And I also believe that, quite frankly, with the DI moving over to 50-50, I saw big increases also within the Spanish-speaking group and making advances with ELA and with math. And I think that's going to take some time, but I think that's a step in the right direction because that program we had to reassess where it was with how we measure success for Spanish-speaking students as well. And I think we took that into consideration. And I think that's just going to add value to how we see increases in performance in that program as well from the Spanish-speaking community. So I just wanted to bring awareness to that too.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez, and thank you all trustees for this really great feedback, and Martha for your time and your group's work. We look forward to seeing how this progresses.
Just want to remind people that you have the opportunity to weigh in both in site council, PTA, the PTA membership meeting, ELAC, and of course, there's a survey that's going to go out district community-wide. And then at any given point, if you reach out to your site principal in another setting, you're more than welcome to give them additional feedback if you want items included. And all that will be given to Martha, who will analyze it and help us to make action items based off of the feedback that we get. So.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I think if there's no additional comments, we'll move on now to item.
Can we take a brief bio break?
Sure, real brief. Yeah, no, 5 minutes. All right, I see 4 trustees. I had to do the speedy good night. Bye. All right, everyone. Everyone's here and I am unmuted. So it looks like we'll move on now to item 9B, the Canopy Solar Shade Footprint Plans and Impact at Stevenson. And we have Kim Miller presenting. Kim, if you could unmute.
Yes, hello.
Thanks. Hi.
Hi, that's Kim Reynolds. And I do not have the option of controlling the screen. So I think Dr. Rudolph or Nancy Rodriguez have my slide presentation if they could share their screen.
Yeah, give us just a moment.
Okay, thank you. As I said, I'm Kim Reynolds, and I have a second grader at Stevenson Elementary School. And this evening, I am here representing the Stevenson Pact Foundation, the parent organization at our school, to discuss our school's shade challenges and the proposals that we have seen to remedy them. We appreciate the time that the board has given us to be here this evening. Next slide, please. To start, I would like to show you all the shade challenges we have at our site. So when we move on to the proposed designs, we understand what our main concerns are. On the right, you can see that our lunch tables do not have a permanent shade structure. And on the left, you can see that there is an east-west oriented building on our campus that does not have adequate shade on the front of the building. These are the 2 primary issues that the proposed canopy solar structure is supposed to address at our site. Next slide, please. To date, 3 designs have been proposed. In the spring, NG came and had a meeting to gather community feedback about the design on the left. It shows a mix of rooftop and canopy style structures. Our community gave feedback that we would like more specifics regarding the exact canopy location, the dimensions, the mounting angle, and the shade footprint of the canopy, as these details determine whether both the classrooms and the lunch tables would be shaded. Then, when the staff solar report was made public prior to the September 17th board meeting, we were surprised about the changes to the solar design. So canopy 1 is larger, and there's now a canopy in the parking lot with electric vehicle outlets and no roof solar structures. We grew concerned when Dr. Westover said she intended to present a solar contract for a final vote in October because we still had not been provided with the requested specifics about the design. At this point, we reached out to the Board of Trustees to learn more about our options. And in the last week, we've been able to have several conversations about how to best move forward with solar structures at our site. Next slide, please. On Monday, we received an additional design proposal, which is shown here. While we understand and appreciate that this canopy structure is intended to shade the east-west oriented building and the lunch tables, we are concerned that this very large structure will consume most of the blacktop at our site. The Stevenson campus is one of the smallest in the district, and the placement of a solar canopy structure on the blacktop will impact the space we have for recess, future outdoor learning spaces, and our greening efforts. Also, the location, dimensions, mounting angle, and shade footprint of this canopy are critically important because it has to solve 2 problems. In addition, our site loses the electric vehicle outlets in the parking lot, and we would like to present another solution in our rationale for asking for it. Next slide. There are other school sites that have east-west oriented buildings, but they are equipped with adequately sized overhangs that shade the entire building facade. These pictures show how effective overhangs can be at shading buildings. So now if we go to the next slide and revisit the Stevenson site, we can clearly see that the current overhang does not shade the whole building. The hooks where students hang their backpacks with their snacks, lunches, and water bottles are exposed to direct sunlight all day. And parents have given feedback that kids' food becomes hot and spoils before snack time and lunch. you go to the next slide, please? We would like for the district office and the Board of Trustees to consider a plan presented by Stevenson. We are proposing a combination of the spring and the September 17th proposals and a non-solar overhang on the east-west oriented building. With the addition of an adequately sized overhang, the location, dimensions, mounting angle, and shade footprint are less critical, as we are not trying to solve two problems with one structure. The solar canopy here only needs to be large enough to provide shade to the lunch tables during the school day, and the overhang will solve the other shade issue. We feel that this solution optimizes space use efficiency on our site and leaves more possibilities for our future outdoor learning spaces. Next slide, please. At this point, Stevenson would like to request that the Board of Trustees delay the final solar contract vote for 3 reasons. As many discussions have taken place in the last week, we would like to present the proposals to the Stevenson community for feedback before the October 22nd board meeting. We will share that feedback with the district office and the board. We would also like the board approval of Measure T parcel tax funds for facilities projects or other funds to install a non-solar overhang. We feel this is a reasonable request because it was supposed to be funded by Measure G, and because Measure T funds are being used to support specific projects at other schools. Finally, before moving forward with the solar structure plans, we feel that there are too many moving parts and unknowns for the solar proposals at our site. We would like to see the details of the plan solidified more before the project moves out of public discussion and into the hands of a project manager. To us, the functional differences in these proposals are significant on Stevenson's small campus. Thank you for considering allowing us to have the flexibility for a site-based decision that we hope will enhance our students' greater learning environment. I also appreciate the time you've given us and your assistance during this process. I'm happy to answer any questions you have now.
Okay, we'll open it up to questions from trustees. I do know that I met with you for about an hour last week. I think you may have met with some other trustees, so there has been a significant amount of time and information passed. I don't know who all that has gone through, so I'd just like to point that out. Are there other questions? I didn't see any hands raised. Trustee Blakely.
I'm curious, with the longer solar canopy, I know it takes up some of the blacktop, but the blacktop is really hot without that. And my understanding was it's not all that utilized anyway. Mm-hmm. I'm worried about postponing any decisions because we can't slow the slope. It'll delay the solar at all the other at all the other sites. Mm-hmm. But I'm wondering is there a way to figure out whether that extended canopy would provide enough shade in the next 2 weeks?
We have the builder on as well. I see Jason is here.
We have Jason
architect
from Greystone West, Dr. Westover, and then we also have one of our energy consultants from Sage Energy also on here. I do want to point out just real quick, just for clarification, originally with Measure G, Stevenson's new campus was actually not envisioned. Stevenson's new campus came as a result of the opening of, at that point, which would have been Slater, which is now Vargas. And it became a ripple effect of moving multiple domino pieces. And so I just want to, just for the record, just clarify that originally we siphoned off, we used COP money in order to pay for Stevenson and Vargas. And we did siphon off some money from the Mistral Castro project also in order to make every single site. So I just want to be clear that Measure G funds weren't originally intended to create a new campus on Stevenson, but you do have Sage, Jason, and Rebecca, who all were given a copy of the first presentation that was included in the deck so that they could at least have, if you have questions, they could respond to.
Well, Laura had a building question I think one of the experts should address. I don't think.
Not an engineer.
Yeah, so with the couple options, the option to elongate the C1 or C2 structure, depending on which drawing you're looking at, right next to building B, it could be elongated. There's a fire lane to consider that runs between building B and C at Stevenson. So there's a 20-foot wide fire lane. And at the end of that fire lane, there's a 35-foot radius or 70-foot diameter turnaround for a fire truck. And that, of course, is right at the end of that building B. So it could certainly be elongated as the drawing shows. Couldn't go much farther than that without impeding into that fire lane, unfortunately. The other issue I see with extending the canopy, as most of you know, these are modular buildings at Stevenson, built under a DSA pre-check number, a PC, with the modular builder. This particular modular builder, American Modular, their design, their engineering only allows for a 5-foot maximum overhang, which is what these are. They're 5 feet. So it wouldn't be as simple as simply extending the canopy. We couldn't do that with these buildings. To do that, it would have to be basically a standalone shade structure, as you have at some of your campuses. But it couldn't be attached to the building. There'd have to be a separation. And the downside to that is once you do that, you then need 20-foot clearance from the end of that overhang to the shade structure. So you're pushing that shade structure farther out from the building and likely into the fire lane. You know, we can have the engineers run the calcs and see if in fact it does go into the fire lane, but it would definitely have push out, you know, as far as that canopy is elongated. So that's the downside I see to that one.
Thank you, Mr. Cave. I have a question.
Wait, he didn't answer my question.
Oh, okay.
I'm wondering whether it would cast shade. Would it cast shade on the building, or would there be a gap and it wouldn't solve the shade problem of the building also?
We can certainly have the engineer do some modeling to determine the shading. I don't believe that's been done yet, but it wouldn't, you know, it wouldn't address that last classroom or two anyway, because we couldn't go that far down into that fire lane.
So I think Kim had requested it maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and we sent the request over to NG and they're still working on it, although it does take them time. So we don't have that available yet.
Is it at all possible to move the lunch hooks? It seems like an extraordinary expense to protect lunches that could possibly, moving hooks is a lot cheaper than adding overhangs, moving whole structures, and installing 10 other sites and solar installation.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. That would be the much cheaper option. It would just be a matter of finding the space to place those. And I'm sure if we do an investigation of the site, we can find.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from trustees? Trustee Gutierrez?
So I'm wondering, can you, it's not the most glamorous of suggestions. I'm just throwing this out there. Since you can't extend that because of the construction that we're using for the buildings, could we envision building a wall and placing the hooks on that wall so that that wall then protects the hallway? And then we can surround that with some greenery, grass, or what have you?
When you do that, you're essentially making a corridor in the building there, and you'd have to have meet certain fire ratings and occupancy. I don't know off the top of my head if those exterior walls of the building are fire rated. So it may be, you may have to build a wall on both sides, which then chokes down that walkway. We could certainly look into that, but it's, I think the fire rating might be an issue with that building.
Okay. And it was hard for me to say build a wall. I just don't like that for obvious reasons here, gangs. Okay.
Thank you, trustees. Are other questions from trustees before we open it up to the public and come back for comments? This is a short item. I'd just like to remind folks we have 2 other hour-long items, so we'll need a meeting extension. Trustee Conley?
Just a quick question. So, you know, at all of the other sites on an east-west trajectory, we don't have buildings with such a shallow overhang. I'm wondering if I don't know the unit sizes of the solar panels, but when we talk about putting in some sort of extension there that's not attached to the building, could those be solar panels that just run along the strip at the front, but it's very shallow, so it counts as that extended shade structure?
So we still run into the same issue with the 20-foot separation between structures. DSA fire code requires that any additional buildings have to be kept off 20 feet. Otherwise, you have to calculate both the building and the shade structure into the fire and egress calculations. So we might have to.
I mean, if we sorry, like I've been at that site and I think the distance between the 2 buildings is probably close to, I don't know, 60 to 80 feet. It's really significant, that
Correct.
central area. So if we did a narrow strip of solar panel, I still think that might leave plenty of space for even a small shade structure with solar panels for the tables, and still have clearance if that piece was more rectangular than square.
Yeah, it could certainly cover the tables. It would just, I think what I'm envisioning is trying to cover shade those hooks, which if we still have to keep it 20 feet off the building, I don't know that it's going to accomplish that. We can see what the modeling says when the the solar contractor, gets it back to us for sure.
I think the appropriate answer to this one, considering that all three new campuses, because Vargas actually has a similar issue just because of its orientation. So, and this is a consequence of creating a campus that is open. I think the original designs of this campus that actually got community feedback and, ended up being the site wanted to be able to look directly across the whole field. And so this is, as opposed to having sort of a closed off campus. So this is one of the results of making that particular decision, is to do something similar to what we did at Castro, which is to look at in-classroom options that could possibly solve it. I think that's probably the more appropriate approach and probably a lot cheaper. And I will say, at least from the feedback that I've heard from teachers, is that storage in Castro, Vargas, and Stevenson are actually at a minimum. And so we could possibly look at adding some type of solution, whether it's hooks or something else, in the classroom to at least bring the lunches inside. And so I think that is instead of trying to mess with the solar panels and trying to move things around, that would be the more preferred option. And I do want to point out just one thing real quick, just because I did make an error. I sent the older version of the solar panel, which is why you see the elongated one. The one that was on the 17th, actually, Dr. Westover said was the correct one. But then I asked her whether or not it was possible to elongate it, which is what they are talking about now. So originally it is the second one that's a little bit smaller. And that's because we went back and forth multiple times with different iterations. And I want to point out that, and Sage can probably chime in on this, that part of the solar solution is not so much about, is also about how much energy we generate to offset the costs that we have modeled over the last couple of years, right? And so we have to be very mindful that the solar panels we're expecting, in order to receive the savings, and what NG is designing, is that these solar panels have to generate X amount of watts in order to go. And so, and part of our challenges is that we don't want to keep taking down trees also in order to satisfy this. So I just want to point out that all these competing variables sort of exist, but I think the in-classroom option, Dr. Westover can, as a former principal at the site, can easily look at what some other options are. We can come back with some solutions for, at least for the lunch.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there other questions from trustees? There's a hand up and we have comments. So, okay. If you members of the public would like to speak at this time, we've asked that if you're in support of this, your ideas have been presented. We'd like to keep this brief. We've got 2 other hour-long items to get through. It looks like we have 2 commenters, so we will leave it at 3 minutes each. Vivek, if you could unmute, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I am speaking as a parent of 3 twin girls who are in 3rd grade now, but that means that they have been in rooms 13 to 18 for the past 2 years. So I can tell you the experience that for our recess and lunch, we couldn't send milk, yogurt, cheese, strawberries, any of that for lunch, because it just wouldn't go. Also, as experience, we have, I've been inside the classroom. The solution of having possible hooks inside the classroom, I cannot fathom where they could be, because all the classrooms, and we've been inside, are actually overflowing. Things are falling off. So, I would just want you to keep in mind of that. Possible as solution is I think, stretching it a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. And we'll move on to Maja.
Hi, thank you. I know there's a lot of considerations when it comes to construction, but also just to reiterate, I'm a teacher at Stevenson and I'm not in one of those classrooms. I am in a kindergarten classroom, which deals with is not dealing with these issues. But to reiterate Vivek's notes about inside the classroom, all along the walls on that inside the classrooms, there are bookcases, there's so many materials that teachers' desks, all kinds of things. They're, you know, at first glance, it would be very difficult to put hooks there for 24 students. So I'm not sure that I saw a lot of people nodding when that idea was brought up. And I just wanted to say, go ahead and look in those classrooms and check it out before, you know, voting in, you know, on those terms. But thank you so much for considering this, and thanks very much to Kim Reynolds for this great presentation.
Thank you, Maja. We'll open it up now to trustee comments. Trustee Gutierrez.
So I trust that the team understands what the issue is in terms of what, and team, what I mean by team is us, the trustees, and then Superintendent Rudolph and Greystone West. So when do you think we might be able to get some options to find out if there's a solution, what that would possibly look like?
So I think there are competing issues that we're talking about here, right? So the first one is our solar shade structure needs to continue moving forward. Otherwise, we won't see it until the next school year, right? And so that project, we're probably 2.5, maybe 3 years into it, which is a very extensive amount of time to go back and forth on the design. So I would say moving forward with that is of the utmost priority if we expect to see any realization. And then obviously, in fact, we just pulled off weatherization of the shade structures. And I know it sounds like they should be weatherized, but we did that intentionally because it would be the only district with weatherization and it would delay the project significantly. And so we went back to what the original design is, which is simply leave it like it is. So in order to, I say this because, you know, right now we want to capitalize and continue to move forward with our solar project so that we can, especially while we don't have kids and these are over accountable. I think the second solution is we'll probably take some back and forth, just looking at what different types of options sort of exist. And obviously, if we plan on using Measure T funds, we would actually need to bring that back to the board because, you know, as we learned from Measure G, we asked the board to approve projects before we add something to the list. So if we're going to use Measure G funds, then we need to bring the item back once we have a solution for it. And I'm not sure what that solution will be, but I would assume with everything else going on, it'll probably take a couple of months before we can get there.
Okay, so when this comes back to us, because it looks like we should continue on with the plan as we have it, and then we'll problem solve along the way to try and figure out the shade structure. But is that the general understanding that I have? Did I miss anything?
Yep, I think the solution for us is to move forward with the solar and keep that project going. We still have some other work that we have to get done, and then I think we could find a solution for lunches and bring that back to the table. So I think that would be what my recommendation is. Otherwise, you know, the whole solar project is tied to one company, right? So if you stop it, you stop everyone's solar project.
Got it.
You know, we really want to capitalize on the fact that we don't have kids in campus, so we're not disturbing kids. So I would recommend continue to move forward with that. And then I think we can find a solar solution as quickly as possible, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
All right.
I would second that as a trustee. I don't want to solve these projects. I think there's alternative solutions. I'm going to talk really fast. We can move those hooks, if not in the classroom, somewhere else. Stagger them, littles, bigs. There's got to be a solution in the MUR. They store all kinds of right at school stuff in the MUR at Vargas. I don't want to see a resource war end up if we start favoring one site versus another. Our community's been ripped apart before, specifically around these two campuses. I don't want to see it happen again. So, but I do know that there's got to be some working solutions. That doesn't mean to stall out this project. Trustee Conley.
Yeah, so I apologize because I did speak with Ms. Reynolds previously, and something that I didn't even think about was what we do at Mistral. So at Mistral, each teacher, at least in the lower grades, has a big wheeled storage bin, and when the kids get to school, they hang up their backpacks, but they pull their lunch and water bottles out and they put it in the storage bin. And it's, you know, it's maybe like 3 feet long, and it's got a handle and wheels on one end. So they roll it into the classroom during the day, and then a kid, the way they do lunch there, one of the students pulls the bin to the cafeteria for lunch, and the kids get their lunches out. And so at least that's kindergarten, and upper grades, they may get their lunches out before they go. But that's one solution that it doesn't really impact shade, but it means you get the lunches out, but you don't have the space issue of all the backpacks. That being said, I'm curious about whether or not those solar panels, if we made them higher, if they would cast some shade, even though there's a 20 feet distance. Like it's about, they're angled anyway. So if they were 5 feet higher, would they actually shade some of that building? That would cut down on some of our AC costs and other things as well. So I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I put your bucket over there.
Trustee Blakely?
And then
So I just wanted to say, I wish there was a more obvious solution. I
there's
empathize with the problem, but it just seems like a real struggle, and I don't want to slow down the solar contract for all of the sites. But I would be very much in favor of continuing to work to identify an alternate solution, both for the shading of the backpacks and also for providing more green space to make that blacktop more welcoming at Stevenson. And I don't know if we could look at the outdoor learning space bucket of funding for that, but that might be a possible solution. So
I think that's a great idea. That's something that when I met with them, we spoke about possible shade structure options, because apparently there's also an issue on the playground. So if there's a way to extend some kind of a shade over that in terms of an additional extension of an outdoor learning space. So I think there's lots of opportunity here. Trustee Wheeler, did you have a comment?
No.
Okay, thank you, trustees. We're gonna have to, Trustee Conley, did you have a finishing comment?
Very brief. I wanted to say thank you to Ms. Reynolds and to the PACT Foundation for bringing this to us, and I hope they stay engaged with us on trying to figure out the solution. So thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. It was great to meet with you last week, and thank you for the presentation for the broader community. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna ask that somebody make a motion to extend the meeting because we have 2 more hour-long items. Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I move that we extend the meeting to a maximum of 11 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion moved by Trustee
Same.
Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely. We'll extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. Thank you, trustees.
All right, so I would like to introduce William Tunick. As the board requested, they would like a Brown Act refresher. And so William Tunick from DWK is here to provide that training. Mr. Tunick, I've made you a co-host, so you should be able to present your deck.
Yep, give me 1 second, make sure.
And for those who don't know from the public, DWK is one of our legal advisors. And so Mr. Tunick works with us on various issues.
Excellent. So I guess I'll ask the perennial question. Can everyone see the screen? But I hope so. Looks like I'm getting yeses. So yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight. As the superintendent mentioned, here to talk a little bit about the Brown Act, kind of do some refreshers, some kind of common tips, and also talk about some of the changes under COVID that apply to the Brown Act in board meetings right now. And actually, there's been a couple of recent updates just within the last week and a half that I want to talk about that I think are also sort of helpful. That being said, I know we're going to try to keep it to 60 minutes. I think I've got 42 slides, so I'm going to try to move pretty quickly and kind of summarize a few things. But obviously, trustees, if you have any questions, please let me know as I go through, and I'll try to answer those if there's questions from the board. So what we're going to talk about, start with a little bit of what is the role of the Brown Act, its application, get on to what is a meeting, because that's really what the Brown Act is sort of focused on. We'll talk about agenda requirements, public rights at meetings, and then closed sessions. And anywhere you see something in red on these slides, that's going to be things that have been modified because of the pandemic. And you'll see those kind of throughout the slides, and we'll talk about what's changed. And, in a lot of ways, a lot of those changes may last longer than the pandemic, I hope. So real quickly, what is the intent of the Brown Act? And this is a quotation that actually comes out of the very beginning of the Brown Act, and it talks about, kind of why do we have the Brown Act? That this is ultimately the people's business, and so they have the right to know what's going on. And I think that there's kind of two purposes of the Brown Act. One is this openness, transparency piece, and the two words that I think help, if you want to think about it, is the ability of the public to address the board and to observe the board's deliberations and decisions. I think those are two really good words. Those actually come out of one of the executive orders that came out of COVID, when it talked about what boards need to do if they're going to have virtual meetings. But I think they really kind of go to the heart of what the Brown Act is about. And so anytime we're trying to figure out, is this compliant with the Brown Act, I think going back to those two ideas is very helpful. The other thing that it does is it does provide a little bit of procedural guidance as far as running a board meeting, although it's probably less than you would think. The Brown Act doesn't talk about different types of agenda items. It doesn't really talk about at all about parliamentary procedure. So that's actually either going to be governed by board policy, or if you're using some sort of parliamentary procedure or something like that. The last thing I wanted to mention, just kind of generally about the Brown Act, and I think a lot of the folks here have been using it for a while. It's not a very intuitive or a natural way to do business. I always say for those folks that maybe work in a private office with a group of people, if somebody comes to you and says, there's something just happened, we've got a question, we need to fix it. Most of the time, the first thing you're going to want to do is go get your team together, have a meeting, figure out what's going on, and fix it immediately. And what the Brown Act says is, well, that's great, but we need to stop. We need to have an agenda. We need to wait at least 24 hours, and then we can talk about it and try to figure it out. And it's so, in a lot of ways, it's not a very natural way to do business. And I think sometimes that there's a little bit of a tension there. But ultimately, again, that goes back to that ability of the public to be able to address and observe what's going on. So what does the Brown Act apply to? Well, obviously, it applies to members of legislative bodies. So that's going to be of local agencies, I should say. So that's going to be school boards, city councils, county boards of supervisors. All those folks are subject to the Brown Act. One thing to know is it's also applicable to individuals who are elected but before they take office. So, and this is kind of relevant to the time period we have now, between November and December, between the election and when board members take office, if there are new board members, they're subject to a lot of the limitations we're going to talk about here in the Brown Act. And I think that's worth taking note of, because that's also usually time that if you have new board members, a district is going to be wanting to bring those folks up to speed, have them meet with board members, really kind of get understanding what's going on. So when they're sworn in, they can hit the ground running, but you have to be careful because they're also subject to the Brown Act. And we'll talk a little bit about serial meetings. That's can be an issue in that 6-week period. One of the other things when we talk about applicability, obviously the Brown Act applies to the board. I think that's pretty obvious, but it also applies to committees. And this is one place that districts and boards sometimes get tripped up, which is trying to figure out which committees are subject to the Brown Act. Now, for one thing, if the board, a board policy or a statute says a committee is subject to the Brown Act, then it is. But beyond that, committees that are created by staff are not subject to the Brown Act unless they have a quorum of board members on them. Right. So if the superintendent said, I wanted to create a committee to study a certain topic, and I want to have 2 board members and 3 members of the community and whoever on it, that would not be subject to the Brown Act. However, if a committee is created by the board, unless it's an ad hoc committee, and we could talk about what that means in a minute, then it is going to be subject to the Brown Act. The exception is for ad hoc committees. So those are kind of short-term, one project kind of deadline type committees. And the membership has to be limited to basically 2 board members. The moment that there's someone who's a non-board member on that committee, it becomes subject to the Brown Act. Or if it's not an ad hoc committee, if it's really a standing committee, subject to the Brown Act. So those distinctions I think are really important, and especially if there's a thought about, is a committee going to be created, you can see how the way that it's created is going to impact whether or not it's subject to the Brown Act, and who sits on it is also going to impact that question. So that's something to be thinking about when we deal with committees. The other thing on committees is we've got what either sometimes you call mini Brown Act committees or Brown Act light, or there's all kinds of terms for them, but these are like LCAP, ELAC, school site councils that are committees that under the Ed Code are exempt from the Brown Act. However, the Ed Code has specific, like I said, kind of Brown Act light provisions that do apply to them. So they're required to have agendas and provide advance notice, but they don't have all the restrictions around closed session, if there's a concern about a violation of those requirements, essentially just having another meeting and talking about it usually takes care of the issue. So it's a watered down version of the Brown Act that applies to those, but still there are some requirements. So those committees should be aware of that and be operating under those procedures, but they don't need to be operating under the full Brown Act regime, I guess. So now that we know who it applies to, what is it that applies? And really the Brown Act, as I mentioned before, is really keyed off of meetings, right? If you have a meeting, that's when all the Brown Act requirements apply. And that becomes important because you don't want to have an inadvertent meeting, basically a meeting by accident, because you will have not likely met all the requirements, and that's how you can run into a Brown Act violation. So a meeting under the Brown Act is a congregation of a majority of members, so 3 in your case, of a same time and same place to hear, discuss, or deliberate upon any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. So you don't need to have, there doesn't need to be action or a decision or anything like that. And actually, if you look at that language, right, it talks even just the hearing information at the same time and same place is technically a meeting under the Brown Act. So passive receipt. And one example I have on here, and this actually, there was an attorney general opinion that came out, I think a week and a half ago, and the Fair Political Practice Commission of all people asked for the opinion, and they said, well, if we all go to lunch to talk about how the Brown Act applies to us, is that a meeting that the Brown Act applies to? Which was kind of an odd question. And the attorney general said yes, that you're there, you're hearing, you're discussing, and how the Brown Act applies, or the Bagley-Keene Act in that case applies to the FPPC, is close enough to being within the subject matter jurisdiction of the body, so therefore it applies. So it doesn't mean that everyone's getting together to make a decision about what's going to happen. Something as simple as this type of a Brown Act presentation, which we always do in board meetings, is essentially a meeting of the board. So if you have a meeting, what does that mean? And I'm not going to hit all of these points, but I wanted to put them all in the materials. The main issue is that it has to be, or main requirement, I should say, is it has to be open and public. The site has to be accessible. Of course, this was pre-pandemic times, and it has to be within the district boundaries. There are some limited exceptions to that. I think the one that is not on the slide that's probably worth mentioning is if the board's going to be interviewing someone for potential employment and they're at a different district, you can meet outside of district boundaries for purposes of interviewing that person. But otherwise, for the most part, again, pre-March anyway, the meeting place had to be within the district boundaries, and you actually have to have a majority of the members have to be within the district boundaries during the meeting. And that brought us to teleconferencing, which on the surface sounded like an easy thing to do. And this would be, if you had a board member who wasn't able to physically be at a meeting, they could essentially call in from another location. The issue with teleconferencing under the Brown Act is there's actually a decent number of requirements. And the primary ones that I think we get a lot of questions about is basically where can that other trustee be? Where can they call in from? And that location has to be open and accessible to the public. So that would mean a private hotel private hotel room, private hospital room where the public isn't allowed access, a cruise ship. If someone's driving and they want to pull over to the side of the road and call, none of those qualify as places where you can teleconference from. And so that would be, kind of, now on the flip side, if you had a hotel conference room that was open to the public, that would be fine, most likely. So that was always, I think, some tension. The other issue is that the agenda had to identify where the person was going to be, and you had to have the agenda posted at that location, which could be really tricky if you didn't get there till a few hours before the meeting. So, I think teleconference there used to be a lot of requirements around it that made it problematic for boards to try to pull off. Still, it was something that I think happened fairly regularly. And so, but, you know, just again, following all of these requirements. But then March comes and COVID obviously hits, and we go into the situation we're in now. And for a couple of weeks, I think boards were trying to figure out how they were going to meet given what was going on. And pretty shortly thereafter, we got actually 2 executive orders. This is the second of the 2 from the governor modifying the Brown Act. And basically what it did was it turned what you might have thought teleconference meetings were before with all those requirements. That's kind of what we have now. So as obviously this meeting tonight, the location of trustees doesn't need to be open in public. It doesn't have to be identified on the agenda. It doesn't have to be within district boundaries. And so there's a lot more flexibility. Essentially, board members can, you know, dial in, video conference in from wherever they happen to be, and not worry about all of those, the teleconference requirements that used to apply. So I think that's obviously a very big difference. This is probably, it'll be interesting to see the executive order. I believe this one is in effect in as long as social distancing is recommended. I think that's the term that they use. So my guess is it's going to be in effect for a while. Now it doesn't prevent boards from holding in-person meetings. It says if you don't want to hold in-person meetings, these are the exceptions, and there's a couple of requirements that go along with that. But that doesn't prevent districts from or boards from holding in-person meetings. And I suspect, hopefully, maybe over the next few months, we're going to see more of that happen as boards move away. But I guess the question then will be how much of what boards have done as far as Zoom and video conferencing is going to stick beyond the pandemic. As I mentioned, though, what this order does is it eliminates some of these requirements, but it adds some additional requirements. And those are, again, that observe and address requirement. So the public needs to be able to observe the meeting. That could be done in a lot of ways. It could be telephonic, it could be Zoom, live stream, any of those things. It has to be real time, but it can be basically anything so members of the public can at least hear the meeting. Those are all acceptable, and the public needs to be able to address the meeting. And we'll talk about what address means when we get to the public comment section, but that's been one big change from how meetings were run in the past. Now, while we've got all of those waivers, there's certain things that the executive orders didn't change. The notice requirements have not changed. Votes during these meetings should still be by roll call. That's a teleconference requirement that wasn't waived by the executive order. I think there's an interesting question there. The purpose of doing roll call votes is so that everyone is clear on who's voting which way. And if you're on the phone, it might be pretty hard to figure out who voted which way. If you're on Zoom and everybody can see, I think maybe, you know, raising hands or making it visually clear who's voting which way, that might work instead of a roll call. I think there's probably a little flexibility there, but the idea is, and this middle sentence is actually, or middle bullet point is from the executive order. And I think it, you know, in a lot of ways it goes to a lot of the things that are going on right now dealing with the pandemic, which is basically do your best, right? I mean, this says adhere as closely as reasonably possible to the Brown Act. So I think that's the idea, is that whenever we come up against something that is a little bit different because of the pandemic, you know, what's the best possible solution we can come up with in the spirit of the Brown Act, even if right now following it to the T is not really practical or possible. So we've talked about what is a meeting, and, you know, with that very broad definition of basically anytime you get 3 board members together and they're even hearing something having to do with something within their jurisdiction. And you probably think, well, there's a couple of areas where that might apply that don't seem like meetings. And the way the Brown Act deals with that is it has some exceptions. There's actually 6 of them. One of them is attendance at a general conference open to the public. So the CSBA conference is the easy example there. Open and publicized meetings organized by somebody other than the local agency. So say the Rotary Club wants to have a town hall meeting or something like that, some type of civic organization. Those are all exempt. Individual contacts and conversations, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, but board members talking with members of the public, obviously not a meeting. Social and ceremonial occasions are also not meetings, but I think that's one to be a little bit careful about. The law actually says purely social or ceremonial occasions. So you want to make sure that it's not ceremonial plus district business, because then that exception may not apply. The last two, the first probably more useful than the second, which is essentially it's okay to be at a city council meeting. So another notice meeting of a different local agency. Again, that's usually going to be city councils. And the last one is talking about if you have a standing committee, other board members can go, but they can only act as observers, which is probably a pretty narrow exemption, but it's in there, so we do mention it. Two things to know about all of these exemptions. For one thing, for all the ones except for kind of the last one where you can only be there as an observer, the Brown Act limits the discussion about anything within the jurisdiction of the board to the agenda of that meeting. So in other words, if you go to a city council meeting, or if a board member goes to a city council meeting and there's something on the agenda that has to do with the district or has an impact on the district, the board members can talk about it even if there's three or more of them there. But they can't sit in the audience and talk about something else having to do with the district while they're at the other meeting, right? Which makes a little bit of sense. I think the other thing to think about, even with these exemptions, is what is the appearance, right? There may be folks who are not as familiar in the the niceties of the Brown Act and see three board members together and go, aha, it's a Brown Act violation, right? And it may not be, but what's the appearance that it's giving? So I think a lot of times we still recommend, like city council type meetings. Do we send, two board members, maybe just the president, maybe the superintendent, something like that, instead of having three people there and, you're creating the appearance that there's some sort of issue when, even if there isn't at the end of the day. One other issue when we get to meetings is, and it's not, oh, go ahead. Was there a question? One other issue when we talk about meetings is serial meetings. And what a serial meeting is essentially, and it's not defined as a meeting in the Brown Act, it's actually prohibited by the Brown Act, but it's the use of a series of communications to discuss, deliberate, or take action any item within the board's jurisdiction. So, the classic thing you hear, obviously reply all, email is usually what we're worried about with serial communications, but it's basically the majority of the board members communicating about board business outside of a board meeting, whether it happened all at once through email or whether it happened through a series of conversations. And the idea is that we don't want to create a workaround as far as having those discussions or deliberations happen at a board meeting, which can be observed by the public. So again, reply all is probably the biggest issue here for the most part. So that's why it's pretty much never your friend, but definitely not in this case. That being said, I do want to point out, when we were talking about the definition of a meeting, I mentioned that it's interesting that statute talks about even being in the same place to hear information. And if you look at this statute, it doesn't include that. It says discuss, deliberate, or take action. And I think there's an important distinction there that you can have a meeting if everyone's in the same place at the same time, just by passive receipt of information. But you can't really have a serial meeting or a prohibited serial communication through receipt of information. It has to be more active than that. There has to be discussion, deliberation, action, something affirmative by a majority of the board to really engage, and that's what creates the serial communication. So that's why, and we'll talk about some of the exceptions in a minute, just the pure receipt of information by a majority of the board can't be a violation or a serial meeting. And one thing, another actually just COVID exception I wanted to mention, this was a question we got right afterwards, and I believe in your county, I know this was going on as well, which was, mid to late March, things were changing every day. There were a lot of calls going on with county superintendents, county health officials, and they were inviting all the board members to attend these calls. And we got questions, well, can all the board members be on there without it becoming a meeting and violating the Brown Act? Shortly thereafter, we got this executive order that basically said, it's fine, it's not a violation of the Brown Act. And so this is still in effect. And what this says is that you can have a majority of the board basically receiving updates, federal, state, local officials, and can even ask questions as long as it relates to COVID and they don't discuss the item amongst themselves. The board members don't at that time. So that's still something useful if those calls are still happening, which I think they are, that you can have multiple board members on them without having any Brown Act concerns. So I mentioned as far as some exceptions here, and there's a lot and most of these are about individual contacts or passive receipt of information. So again, receipt of information from district staff between meetings, as you all know, that's not a Brown Act violation. Communications with members of the public and board members, not a Brown Act violation. We'll talk about the response from the board member, the email sent to the entire board. I think, well, actually, we can talk about it now. That was also something that was addressed in that AG opinion. And what the AG said was, as long as only one board member responds, it's not a Brown Act violation. So if an email comes into the entire board, one member responds just to that individual, not a Brown Act violation. And I think that's something where you want to have, it's good to have a protocol in place so that board members know how that situation is going to be handled, whether it's the board president or something else, as far as, so you don't have multiple people responding, but you also don't have nobody respond, or you don't let it go unanswered, I should say. The trick on all of these is the communication can't tell another board member what a third board member is thinking. So in other words, district staff can meet with board members and provide individual briefings between meetings, but what they shouldn't be doing is saying, well, I just met with board members A and B and they said they're in favor of X. What about you, right? Because now we've got a serial communication going on with that third board member knows the views of the other two. We've essentially had a deliberation outside of a board meeting. So those are the types of things, but communications with members of the public, receipt of information, those types of things are not a problem under the Brown Act in between meetings. The one of the other changes I mentioned, the AG opinion that just came out. The other thing that actually just got signed by the governor, maybe within the week, and this will be effective January 1st of next year, is the rules around social media. This is something we've been getting questions about, I guess, as long as Facebook's been a means of communication, and we finally got some guidance. And what's interesting about it is it's actually, the statute sunsets after 5 years. So in a way, this is the legislature saying, let's try it this way and see what happens, and then we'll revisit it in 5 years. But what it does is it specifically says that board members of a legislative body can use social media for conversations, answering questions, providing information, and also soliciting information from the public, which I thought was an interesting, and those are specifically in the statute. So, you know, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it may be, these are all things that you can do with it. What you can't do is discuss among board members on, you know, whether it be a Facebook post or otherwise, you know, I guess replying to a tweet, something like that. Those would all be discussion. You can't do that. And what's interesting is it says you can't respond directly to content made, posted, or shared by another board member. It defines respond directly to include something akin to liking a post. That type of affirmative action would be considered responding, and that's the type of thing that would be prohibited under this. So, you know, going back when we were talking about at serial meetings at the beginning of this, I think it lines up with what we were saying, right? The passive receipt of information, reading something that's on Facebook is not problematic. It's the affirmative action of responding or discussing that is going to create the serial meeting, and these rules for social media pretty much follow that same basic concept. Last thing I was going to say, it's also limited to platforms which are open and accessible to the public. So it can't be a private thing. It has to be something public in order for this to apply. So any questions? We're going to turn next to kind of agenda. So we're going to move away from meetings and serial meetings, but I just wanted to see if the board had any questions before I go there.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
Here, let me get on video. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Okay, so just for clarification's sake, when email comes in to the board, an email comes in to the superintendent.
Mm-hmm.
Superintendent then responds to the question that was posed in that email and includes the board. Is that a violation of the Brown Act?
No, because essentially what's going on there is the superintendent is providing information to the board in between a meeting, but as long as you don't have, what would be a problem there is if a board member replied all and said, you know, replied to the superintendent and the entire board and started to discuss whatever was going on, that would be a problem. But receiving the information isn't a problem.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
I also have a quick question. So on social media, let's take Facebook as an example. If there is a Facebook group that anyone from the public can apply to join, but it is not like visually, it's not an open group, it's a closed group.
Yeah.
Is that a place that a trustee can or cannot comment?
I believe so. I'd want to go. There's a definition. It's about a paragraph long in the statute that talks about it. But yeah, I think the idea is that it can't be a place where individuals can be kept out of for kind of arbitrary reasons. But I think as long as it's open, if somebody can join if they want, I think that'd be okay. I probably want to double check the statute, but that sounds like how it would probably work out.
But couldn't trustees comment on non-school related online or just, I don't know of any instance where any of us, since a lot of us are friends, like on Facebook, that have ever commented on something that would be voted on.
Oh yeah, no, and that, thank you. That's a really good point. Everything we're talking about,
it has to be voted. Yeah, sorry.
It's something within the phrase is the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. So if if there's comments going back and forth about the baseball playoffs or whatever it may be, and we won't discuss which team I'm rooting for, but nonetheless, if that was going on, that none of this applies to that. But if you're talking about when schools are going to be reopening or something like that, then obviously that's the type of thing, and I think it brings up another good point too, which is, the difference between what is allowed and what might be the best practice. Whether it comes to Facebook or even the email, the question about the email with the superintendent, again, you want to, what's the appearance that it's going to provide? Is it going to create an opportunity for an inadvertent violation? There's a lot of those things that it's like, well, maybe it's just better, just even you can do it. Is it really a good idea to do it? Right. And I think that's always an issue as well.
Then I maybe have a good example. What about an article about, let's say, a certain district and what happened when they did reopen? If as a trustee I were to post that, is that opening me up to some kind? I mean, I'm not taking a position. I'm just an information sharing piece.
Well, and so now under these new rules, it's perfectly allowable. I mean, before it would have been an interesting question, right? But now it says you can use it to provide information. The concern would be if another board member then responded to it or liked it, then that's where you can run into the issue. So I guess my point being, by posting it in the first place, that's okay. But are you creating an opportunity for somebody to accidentally do something later on, right?
Understood. Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Trustee Blake, excuse me.
I'm rooting for the A's, by the way. I'm just saying. Let's go Oakland. So when we've sometimes, I believe Dr. Rudolph has suggested, I don't remember, this is going back, but if it's a matter that we already took action on and there's no anticipated action at any time in the foreseeable future, is that something that we can discuss after the fact?
Well, I guess discuss with who, right? I think you'd still want to be a little with other board members.
Yeah.
I think you'd still want to be a little bit careful. Technically, it's still within your jurisdiction. I think, practically, yes. I mean, the danger usually is something's coming to the board for action. And like I said at the very beginning, the natural inclination is to want to talk with the folks that are going to be involved in the decision and start trying to kind of deliberate and work through it. So I think coming up to something is usually more problematic than after the fact. But the statutes don't necessarily, at least for Brown Act purposes, don't necessarily make a distinction between before and after.
Thank you.
Okay, so I said we were talking a lot about meetings and meeting requirements. Next time we're going to talk about agenda requirements, and I'll try to speed up a little bit so I don't have everyone here all evening. But the basic requirement is, like I mentioned, if you're going to have a meeting, it has to have an agenda. There's a variety of requirements. I've got them up here. I'm not going to go through all, as you're all familiar with. There's the basic notice requirement, 72 hours before a regular meeting, 24 hours before special. Those are, by the way, just hours, not school hours or business hours. That's sometimes a question that we get. One issue, and I apologize, I know there's a lot of information on this slide, but one question I think that has always been, well, what about materials? Who's entitled to what when, essentially? And this is where we have an overlap between the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act. Generally speaking, anything related to an open session agenda item is probably, barring some other exemption, going to be subject to disclosure just in general under the CPRA. But the Brown Act has some special rules when you talk about regular meetings, that materials that get distributed to a board in that 72 hours before the regular meeting are supposed to be made available for inspection by the public during that period. And actually, so if you notice on the bottom of your agenda, you've actually got a little note there that talks about where you can go to find materials related to the election. I think it says in the election, excuse me, got that on my mind, the meeting. And so you can go to the district office to do that. And then at a meeting, the rules are kind of different. You know, I think, again, the best practice being, of course, providing those records where you can. I think this is another place, though, that when we talk about, you know, modifications for the pandemic, obviously, being able to provide copies of materials at a meeting right now isn't quite what it usually was. So, you know, how can you do that? Well, you know, sharing screens, I think, is a great way to do it. Attaching things to the agenda is always a good way to do it. But, you know, thinking about what's the spirit of the Brown Act and trying to comply with that, obviously, having a pile of paper in front of the district office right now may not be all that useful for anybody. The other, you know, again, a lot more agenda requirements on here. I won't hit them all. But a couple things I wanted to mention, and some of these are more tips than they may be requirements. But, you know, obviously the agenda should have a meeting start time. The other thing that a lot of boards do, and I noticed, I mean, you had, I think you have an end time on this one, but as far as other times along the way, kind of time certain when things may stop or may start, that's not necessarily governed by the Brown Act, but I think the caution there is if you're going to do that, to, you know, to be helpful to the public, to say, if you're interested in this, you should tune in around that time or be at the meeting around that time. You can't start before that time, right? So if you say you're going to start something at 8, you could start at 8, you could start at 8:30, but I'd be careful about starting at 7:30, because if you've got a member of the public who thinks that something's going to start at 8 and they show up and it's halfway done, that you know, they would obviously be concerned about that. So, you know, I think that's the thing to think about when you put those additional things on the agenda, then those are potentially going to bind the board going forward. So not necessarily a bad idea, but just something to think about if you're going to do that. The other couple of things as far as agendas that I think are helpful is, and these are things, you know, having a meeting opening, something to trigger roll call, something to trigger opportunity for public to address the board, are just ways to use the agenda, I think, as a reminder to run the meeting, to make sure that certain things happen. I've seen boards that will forget, you know, they'll open up a meeting at 4 o'clock because they're going to go into closed session. They open it up in public and there's nobody there. So then they just go into closed session and they forgot, you know, they don't ask, is there anybody here as public comment? There isn't anybody, but having something on the agenda that reminds folks to do that, which I think you do, is definitely a good practice. Clearly, probably the biggest, you know, requirement here, even though I've got it, I think, hidden right in the middle on the bullet points, is the description of all items to be discussed. And that applies to both open and closed session. And especially when we talk about open session, what the rule there is a general description. The Attorney General has said usually less than 20 words. And I think the test really there is to think about it from the perspective of a member of the community who may be only interested in one issue. And they're trying to figure out, okay, is this the meeting that either I need to go to, or I have to, you know, log into Zoom, where that one issue is going to come up. You know, do I need to either take time off for work or find childcare, do whatever I'm going to do, because I know that's the meeting I want to be there, because that's when they're going to do, you know, take action or have a discussion, something that I care about. Can the member of the public figure that out from the agenda item? I think that's sort of the way to think about the test. So it's not always going to be the same. It's going to, you know, it's kind of context based in that sense, but I think that's a helpful way to think about it. When it comes to closed session items, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Again, the same idea applies. The general description, the Brown Act provides safe harbor language, which is language you can use, and then it's sort of deemed legally sufficient, but you're not actually required to use it. It's a safe harbor. It's not a requirement. But nonetheless, again, when we talk about best practices. So, you know, there's a lot on the agenda thing. One other couple of things I was going to mention just from the COVID requirement. This is something, part of that executive order essentially requires that the meeting indicate that it's being held under those, whether it'll be conducted via Zoom or how else individuals can again, observe and address the board. And you've got that on your agenda as well. But that's something that is, obviously existing right now during COVID, so people know how to find the meeting when they can't actually just go to the district office. So, I was saying the agenda has to have items or descriptions of items that the board's either going to discuss or take action on. If there's something that's not on the agenda, generally speaking, the board can't discuss it. And so that's part of why, we'll talk about public comment in a minute. If something comes up at public comment, the board can't really get into a discussion about it because it's not agendized. And the idea there is that other members of the public don't have the opportunity to either observe or address the board on that issue, because if they looked at the agenda, they didn't think it was going to be discussed that evening or that day. Nonetheless, there's a couple of ways that items can be discussed at a meeting, even if they're not on the agenda. The one is if it's an emergency item, and we'll talk about emergency meetings in a minute, but that's basically the same standard. Or if it's an urgency item. And an urgency item is something that comes to the board's or the district's attention, I should say, after the agenda has been posted and you need action immediately. So it can't be something that, well, we were going to put it on the agenda, and when we were putting the agenda together, we forgot about it, but we would like to have it on this agenda. That doesn't work. It's got to be more urgent than that. All that being said, usually if there's more than 24 hours still before the meeting, a lot of times it may be better just to go ahead and call a special meeting, before, during, immediately after, and agendize the item for that special meeting. It practically ends up looking like one big meeting, but it meets the Brown Act requirements. Other things that the board can do that are not agenda items: ask for clarification, brief reports. That's where the trustee reports come from. Asking staff to report back, and briefly responding to statements made or questions posed by public comment. So that quoted statement there is actually right out of the Brown Act. So I know a lot of times in public comment, there's, I think board members do want to engage. I think the public would like to get responses, but the Brown Act is pretty specific about what can be done in response to those public comments, again, because they're things that are not otherwise agendized. And so that prevents the board from discussing or taking action on those items. But, asking staff to report back or directing somebody to staff is a perfectly appropriate thing to do with those situations. Emergency meetings. This used to be the part of the presentation where I'd say, well, you probably don't need to worry about this. Hopefully we don't really have an emergency and you'll never have to use these. And unfortunately now, especially mid-March to mid-April, we did have a lot of these going on, because something that can be an emergency is something that severely impacts public health safety. Both clearly the pandemic qualified. And so that did allow districts or really necessitated them to hold the emergency meetings. Those meetings are not subject to the 24-hour notice requirement. You still need to provide some type of notice, but it's not a special meeting. You'd have to wait 24 hours. You don't need to do that for special meetings. So emergency meetings, I'm sorry. This talks a little bit about what the requirements are. There's some additional requirements here about you have limited closed session items at an emergency meeting. It has to be about the emergency. You can't have an emergency open session and then just have a closed session while you're there, kind of a thing about something else. One interesting thing is you actually have to post the minutes of the meeting right after the meeting and leave them up for 10 days. The idea that, members of the public may not be able to observe the meeting. So that's, I think, intended to deal with that. One last thing, and, hopefully we're at the place where I think that the emergency meetings have slowed down and sort of been replaced by special meetings for the most part, with things not moving quite as quickly. But this is some recommended language for emergency meetings if they're necessary now. And really the first agenda item on those meetings needs to be the board sort of certifying that there is in fact an emergency, and therefore we had to have an emergency meeting. It's a little bit of a chicken and the egg thing, but it needs to start with that certification, and then you can go forward from there to discuss whatever the emergency item needs to be. And like I said, the rule would be the same if you happen to have a meeting coming up and you wanted to add an emergency item. Again, it has to meet these same requirements, and you would take a majority vote to add that item to the agenda of either a regular or a special meeting. So I know I kind of ran through the agenda requirements pretty quickly. We're still going to do public rights and closed session, but I wanted to stop and see if there were any questions on the agenda and meeting requirements so far.
Trustee Gutierrez?
Yeah. Hey, William. So I have a question about Brown Act coverage under the school district policy for subcommittees, right? Or let's say like English Language Advisory Committee, right? They post their agenda. Does the district have an obligation to keep the minutes of said meetings for a certain period of time after they happen? And are those meetings, are they supposed to be posted in public somewhere, or what's the best practice for that?
So those are likely, going back to the kind of where I was at the beginning, those are likely subject to that mini Brown Act. So they're going to be treated differently than Brown Act committees, or excuse me, Brown Act bodies, I should say. I think, I'm trying to recall off the top of my head, I don't think there would necessarily be a requirement to post the minutes. They'd probably be drafted and then approved by the committee at the next meeting. So I don't know if there's a necessary to post them anywhere. I think then beyond that, it would be kind of a record retention question. I assume that those would be likely a permanent record that the district should hold on to, but I'd have to double check that. But that strikes me probably what they are. But again, the other thing about minutes, and I don't think we touch on this, but there's nothing in the Brown Act that says that really minutes need to capture much more than the actions taken by the board. And as a matter of fact, we usually recommend that minutes don't try to capture verbatim what's said, because invariably something gets lost in translation and then someone's upset about what was said or what wasn't said. So especially in the Zoom age where you can record the meeting and then the minutes can be pretty minimal, that may be a better way to go about it, because the video is the video, right? But yeah, I assume the minutes are subject to retention, but I would have to double check on that.
Okay, if you could, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Any other?
Do you have questions right now? I don't see other hands. I don't. Nope. Okay, I'm heading on.
Okay, I'll continue.
Thanks, Bill.
Well, it gives me a chance to get a drink of water, so there you go. So public rights. This is obviously another big important area, and I like to start off with this slide. This is a quote, not actually out of the Brown Act, but this is out of a governance handbook from another district. And I think that first sentence is a really good way to think about it. The board meetings are meetings of the board held in public. They are not public meetings per se. And what I mean by that is, and again, going back to the beginning, right? This observe and address idea. It's not, board meetings aren't a time necessarily for the board members to have a discussion with the public back and forth, but to allow the public to observe the deliberations and to address the board before the board discusses or takes action on an item. And so I think that's a really important thing when we think about public comment. And the other issue with public comment that comes up a lot is, I think, like I was saying, it's not a natural way of interacting with people to say, well, thank you for your public comment, but under the Brown Act, we can't really respond. I think board members obviously want to be engaged with members of the public. And in a lot of boards, sometimes, maybe they're not as formal about these things. They allow more of that discussion, that back and forth. I think if you can kind of capture that maybe in town hall types, or, you specifically say, okay, we're going to kind of change the rules for this one item, or not item, but maybe one meeting or something like that. But you've got to be careful, because the problem is that informal style works well until it doesn't. And then when something controversial comes up, and you've got 400 people at a board meeting and everybody wants to have a discussion with the board and you can't, and the board president has to say, look, under the Brown Act, we can't have this back and forth. And what are those folks going to say? They're going to say, well, when you were talking to people who agreed with you, you didn't enforce those rules. And now that there's people here that disagree with you, suddenly you're enforcing the rules. You're discriminating because you don't like what we're saying. So, and whether or not that's true or not, the problem is, again, like I said, those informal rules work until they don't. And so that's why even when sometimes it feels a little strict around public comment, it's good to make sure that those formal kind of procedures are still observed so that you don't have that issue when you really need them. So what are those rights? Well, obviously members of the public have the right to provide public comment, both on items on the agenda. And for those, what the Brown Act says is that the members of the public have a right to comment either before or during consideration of the item. So the idea is that they have the opportunity to address the board before the board makes its decision. The public comment afterwards is sort of maybe less helpful, I guess. So that is for items on the agenda. When it comes to all other items, and you have it on your agenda tonight, you also have to allow for public comment on anything else under the board's jurisdiction, that same subject matter jurisdiction we talked about before. Interestingly enough, that only applies to regular meeting. It doesn't apply to special meetings, that requirement. So, and I think the idea there is that even to the extent that other members of the public should have the benefit of hearing what comes out of that public comment section, it's more likely they're going to hear that at a regular meeting when they're used to showing up versus a special meeting. But that is kind of one tweak on that. So as I mentioned before, the COVID executive orders obviously change how public comment is done. Before, the rule was essentially to provide public comment, you had to be at a meeting and physically provide public comment. Right now, with the virtual meetings, essentially any means of technology that allows members of the public to address the board is allowed. So that can be everything from districts that are taking email written comment in advance, all the way through having live comment, video and audio via Zoom and everything in between. Again, I think the important thing is that members of the public can address the board, not necessarily be able to have a discussion back and forth. Kind of the same rules that would apply in a physical environment. Boards can still place reasonable time limits on particular topics or speakers. So I know you have 3 minutes per speaker. As long as they're reasonable, that's fine. That also can be extended basically by the board for either presentations or staff members or that type of thing. There was a case a few years ago where a member of the public said, well, you let your staff talk for 3 minutes and you gave the public, or staff got to talk for 10 minutes and the public got 3 minutes, and that's illegal under the Brown Act. And the court said, no, that's perfectly fine. So those types of things, again, though, I think the important thing is to be consistent about how those are applied. And you can have slightly different, going from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, for example, if you're going to have, a lot of speakers, that type of thing is perfectly reasonable, but you want to try to be consistent as much as you can, especially within a certain agenda item. One of the other kind of interesting public rights, and this is one that's actually technically not a Brown Act, this is actually education code, is it allows members to request items directly related to school district business on the agenda of a school board. Now, one question we get a lot of times is somebody will see a request for, we want a item on this, and we want to have a staff report, and we want the board to take, vote on a motion. Well, the law doesn't say that you can require anything to happen other than to have the agenda item. So essentially you could have the agenda item, whoever wants to provide public comment can. If the board wants to talk about it, they can, but they don't have to take any action. That's not required. The other thing to know about these is that if you look in your board bylaws, there's usually something that will talk about the process for determining if it is related to school district business, if there's some other reason why it's not appropriate to be on the agenda, and then kind of the timing of when it goes on. There's actually a little bit of, it's a little bit more limited than it looks like. There was a case out of San Jose a couple of years, or not a couple of years ago, more than that, where there was a question about a, I think it was, I can't remember, I think it was a Pride Day or something to that effect at a elementary school. And they wanted to put it on the board agenda, and the board said, we don't get involved in that level of detail at the site level, even though it has to do with the school district. And the court said, yeah, that's right. That isn't really something that the school board would ever deal with. So therefore you can't force them to put it on the agenda. So there is actually a lot of limitations around this. I think when you get those requests in, that's usually a good time to talk to council and determine, is this something we need to put on the agenda or not? Is it really a request for information? Do we need to respond that way instead? The and hopefully we don't have this issue too often, but every once in a while we do get questions about this, which is what about disruptive conduct during board meetings? And generally speaking, the public's going to have a pretty broad constitutional right to speak during public comment, and whether that's criticizing school officials or whatever. There's actually there was a case involving Central District or Central Valley District that just got decided not too long ago, where we had a member of the public come and say particularly, well, whether they were defamatory or not, it's a question about some of the, I'm trying to say this nicely, what other professions one of the teachers might have been involved with. And she immediately denied anything to do with it and told the board that they couldn't let him say this during public comment. He went and did it anyway. And then she turned around and sued the district and said, you let him basically say all this stuff about me, and so now I'm going to come after you as the district. And the court said, essentially, look, under the Brown Act, because you're a district teacher, there was enough of a link between what he was saying and the district, and therefore the district, the board really didn't have the ability to stop him from saying those things, so the district didn't have any liability. So that's kind of an interesting, thought as far as how far those First Amendment rights go at the board meeting. That being said, it still has to relate to the subject matter of the board. If it's something having nothing to do with the district or the board, then it doesn't get that protection. One other just comment there as far as disruptions, you can actually remove someone from a meeting, although now I guess it would be muting and removing them from Zoom as opposed to physically removing them, if it's something that actually disrupts the meeting. So the one example that you always hear is the case about a member of the public who didn't like the impact of the high school football games on his neighborhood. And so he brought a bag of trash that he had picked up after a game, gave public comment, and then just proceeded to dump it on the floor in front of the board. And so they had to stop the meeting and clean everything up. That disrupted the meeting. So they were able to remove that individual from the board meeting, although I guess arguably by that point he had made his point. But nonetheless, it's got to be that type of disruption. It can't just be something that is, unpleasant. Basically, it really has to stop the meeting. So those are sort of some of the public right questions. I was going to go on a closed session next, unless there's any questions there.
Trustee Gutierrez?
William, you probably hate me by now. I'm sorry.
I get to drink, so it's good.
Can you tell I'm a paralegal? Of course you can. Hey, so I've got a question for you. With regards to public comments, so our board has like a limitation, right? We place like a 10-minute period of comments, as an example, for each particular subject matter that we talk, right? Are we allowed to expand that? Or, I mean, if there's like, let's say 30 people want to comment on it, how to deal with that? And can you, what's your best practice suggestion for something like that?
Yeah, well, I think the board president was saying you've done that. Yeah, I mean, if you go back, and I think what that slide says is reasonable time limitations on topics or speakers, and I think that's actually out of the Brown Act. So yeah, I mean, I think the two important things is, yes, if you want to have limits on topics, you're allowed to do that. And the limitations have to be reasonable. So again, if there's something where you're going to get a lot more input, and you want to allow more than 10 minutes for it, I think that's perfectly fine, probably at the board president's discretion. I think what you wouldn't want to say is, well, we're going to let some people talk and not other let people talk because, of what they're saying, something like that. But I think it's that reasonableness thing. And as long as there's no really discrimination involved, then I don't think it's an issue.
Awesome. Thank you so much for confirming.
Yeah, and we've done that in the past, and there've been an overwhelming number of folks. I think we've gone up to, I don't even know if this board's done an hour, but we've done longer, and we just try to apportion the number of minutes to the number of people.
Yeah.
Like your first slide very clearly stated, board meetings are business meetings held in the public. So at some point you want people to feel heard, but hours and hours of comments are just, usually you're getting overlap at some point. So it's really good to get that clarification.
Well, yeah, and I think, there's a couple other ways. I think that, you know, because the other thing you could do is you could say, well, everybody gets 30 seconds. And at that point, it's like, well, and I guess maybe it's better on Zoom than it was in physical, you know, places. By the time somebody got up to the podium, their 30 seconds was over. But, you know, there's things you can do, like actually when we had physical meetings, calling out the next 5 people and saying, why don't you stand up and get in line and get ready, so we're not waiting for you to walk from the back of the room while we're trying to do public comment. We can speed this up, right? Or, you know, if there's 6 or 7 people that are all going to say the same thing, just tell us who the 6 or 7 people are and that they all have the same view.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of different, you know, board management things, you know, I'm just kind of going off for a little bit, but, you know, taking recesses, if anything kind of starts to go a little bit sideways, or if you're going to have 2 hours of public comment and say, look, is there some way we can do this where we can still get your input, but we're not going to have everybody here for 3 hours because, you know, people have to go home or go to sleep or whatever it is. It's not, like you said, it's not a good way to do business. So that all goes to that reasonableness thing. I think that's really the underlying theme there.
Yeah, and it almost was easier in present. I mean, I like that we have more engagement online, but when folks were present, it was a comment card, and you could say, hey, we're cutting things off, counting the cards, allocating minutes. And we ran into this issue on Zoom several months ago where people's hands flew up after I had counted the folks and allocated the time. And there became this theme that we didn't want to listen, or we were cutting people off, which couldn't have been farther from the truth. It was just like, hey, you know, we're going to stop it here, you know, but we didn't have those physical comment cards or that space that really clearly delineated, you know, this change had happened. So it's a little different when you operate online.
Well, and, you know, and I think it's also, you know, that it's interesting right now because, right, you've got these meetings are being held on the same type of platform that I think a lot of people are using either for daily life or business or, well, you know, for schooling for that matter. And so some of the formalities around that may seem a little bit different than when people come to a board meeting, right? And so I think that's also a little bit, but like you said, I think it is really interesting how many more, I mean, I've had the pleasure to be a lot of board meetings. Actually, I've been a lot more Zoom meetings, which I like because I get to see the folks. But, you know, the number of people at meetings is higher, I think, across the districts that I've seen, which is a good thing. And my suspicion is that even when we're past the pandemic, the legislature is probably going to say, you know, well, first of all, I think there's going to be districts that are going to say we should keep live streaming, and I think you guys were anyway. But, you know, maybe are there some of these things that we should keep going forward because we are getting more public engagement this way than maybe doing it the old way. So that'll be probably, you know, end of next year. That's hopefully what we're talking about is when we're getting back to, you know, quote unquote normal, what laws are going to change, because the legislature won't really be back in doing anything until then anyway. So anyway, sorry, kind of a little bit of a sidetrack, but good conversation. Any other questions? I'll talk about closed session a little bit and nope. Okay. So last area that I want to cover is closed session. And I know, of course, we start out by talking about the whole point of the Brown Act is that things are open and public. And then the exception obviously is closed session. And it is in that way the exception to the rule. So boards can meet in closed session, they do all the time, but it has to be under one of the specific exemptions that's in the Brown Act. There is not I sort of joke, this is an uncomfortable topic to talk about in front of the public exemption that allows you to go into closed session. You have to be able to identify one of those exceptions. And actually one that I'll mention that isn't there, because I think this is one that comes up a lot, is when, I think your board knows this, when you're filling a vacancy on the board. That's something that has to be done in open session. There's no closed session exemption for that, even though it feels sometimes like a little bit of an employment interview, I guess, but that is done in open. So as far as closed session, I think the easy way to think about sort of the exemptions, they fit into one or two categories, which is either where there's a strategy concern, so that the district would lose some sort of strategic advantage if something was discussed in open session, or if there's a privacy issue, whether it be for an employee or a student. Those are usually pretty much all the exemptions fit into one of those two categories. When you do have closed session, basically there's an AG opinion out there from a while ago about who should be there. And the short answer is basically who needs to be there. The board, obviously, administrators, legal counsel, negotiators, those types of folks. Whoever needs to be there should be there. You can't have opposing parties and try to negotiate something in closed session. A district tried that once, and the Attorney General said you can't do it. And basically anyone else who doesn't necessarily need to be there for an item shouldn't be in a closed, because otherwise you've got what starts to look like a semi-open meeting, which is not something that the Brown Act allows. When we talk about the different types of closed session topics, as I mentioned, they kind of fit into those two categories. You've got personnel action. So pretty much anything having to do with an individual employee. That's an important point there, that generally if you're talking about employment without talking about an individual, you're probably not in closed session. But as soon as you're talking about an individual because of the privacy concerns, that's when you're in closed. Complaints or charges against employees, that's also an area where you're going to go into closed. Labor negotiations, we'll talk a little bit more about each of these. Real property litigation, which includes actually tort claims, is kind of a sub piece of that, and then student matters. And I want to just real pause on student matters there, because that one, again, this is one of those situations where it's not actually in the Brown Act, it's in the Ed Code, and it talks about these closed sessions. And there's actually fairly broad authority for closed session on student related matters. So I think, expulsions being probably the one that you might see the most. They're kind of tricky for a couple of reasons. One, a lot of times they require notice to the student, parent, guardian before they're in closed session. And two, they're one of maybe the only items where in some cases it's actually required for part of the item to take place in closed session and for the vote to happen in open session. So they're kind of a hybrid in that way. So that's one area where you have student matters. Usually the attorney you're working with on the underlying matter can probably help you figure out which part goes where and what notice needs to happen if it does belong in closed session. So personnel exception, I mentioned probably the one that gets maybe used the most. Anything having to do with an individual employee, evaluation, employment, discipline, release, dismissal, all of those are reasons to be in closed session related to personnel. There's also an allowance to hear complaints or charges against employees in closed session. For those of you who heard this presentation before, there's usually about 3 slides where we talk about the 24-hour notice requirement for complaints and charges. And for an hour today, I didn't want to try to get all that in here. So suffice it to say that that's kind of a complicated requirement. Again, I think whoever you're working with, hopefully us, I should say, will be able to walk you through that, where the notice is required and where it isn't. It's actually a little bit narrower than it sounds, but it's something you don't want to miss because it can invalidate whatever the board decides if it was required and wasn't provided. Employment contracts, this is just kind of something, it's kind of a closed session item, but I want to put it here because it's an interesting part of the Brown Act. This is definitely one of those places where, bad facts have made bad law, or not necessarily bad law, but at least a lot of law. And this is an area that the legislature every year or two likes to add a new requirement. The city of Bell is probably responsible for a decent number of these. But essentially what it talks about is anytime the board's going to be dealing with employment contracts or compensation, there's additional requirements that apply. Generally, those are the contracts have to be ratified in open session. You can't discuss compensation at a special meeting. And this last one, which should have a bullet point, which is the newest one they added, was that it says a board must, and this is actually out of the statute, orally report a summary of a recommendation for final action. I'm still not entirely sure what that means, other than to mean that you can't do it on consent agenda, that it has to be a separate item that has an oral report before there's a vote. I think the idea was to keep it off the consent agenda. So a lot of these things can get there's really interesting combinations. I mean, if you talk about hiring sometimes like an assistant superintendent or something like that, the combination of what you can do in closed and what you can do in open and at a special meeting and that type of thing, it's a little bit of a puzzle to put together. So definitely those are also good times to work with us to make sure that we've got everything agendized the right way. You're doing which parts in closed, which parts in open, and we don't have any issues there. Labor negotiations is another one that gets used a lot, allows Actually, this applies both to represented and underrepresented employees. So when you're talking about compensation of unrepresented employees in closed session, it's actually done under the labor negotiations title, not under the employee items, just kind of the way that the law is set up. What's actually sort of interesting about represented employees is that the EERA actually exempts all of really any discussions about negotiations with represented employees from the scope of the Brown Act. Which is why, so if you're in negotiations and the superintendent needs to reach out to the board members to kind of poll and see where folks are, that's allowed because that's exempt from the Brown Act under EERA. You know, that being said, I think a lot of boards still try to agendize these things properly and talk about them in closed session as if that exemption didn't apply. But at the end of the day, those are things that are actually in many ways exempt from the Brown Act. Last couple that I wanted to talk about, because I know I'm running out of time, so I'll try not to go too much longer. Real property transactions, again, obviously, if you had to discuss in open session how much you might be willing to pay or other terms of purchase for a piece of property, that would not be advantageous to the district. So you can do that in closed session, but it's got to be limited to price and terms of payment and related to a specific piece of property, not just general property issues. Finally, pending and anticipated litigation is another important one. This is what you use for tort claims. You also use it obviously when there's litigation that's been filed against the district. This is allows you to have discussions with your counsel in closed session, which again is not something you'd want to be doing in public for obvious reasons. It also applies though where there is a threat of litigation or where there's significant exposure to litigation based on existing facts and circumstances. And so that's kind of a fact-based test. But a lot of times, you know, there doesn't have to be something filed in order for the board to go into closed session and discuss an item usually with their counsel. I know we've got that question on there. Does the counsel need to be present? I don't think under the Brown Act, it strictly requires that. I think it's always best to, a lot of boards will have somebody on call. And honestly, I think with Zoom being a little bit easier to have somebody available, that's probably happening more and more than it used to. I think that at a minimum, you want to have some communication with the attorney that leads to the closed session, and that discussion that's going to happen in closed session being based on the advice of counsel, just given the way that the Brown Act is set up. So last point, or last two slides. Reporting out from closed session. This is a place actually it's kind of interesting. I think a lot of folks think that anything that happens in closed session has to be reported out, and that's actually not what the Brown Act requires. It's pretty limited to certain types of actions on certain types of closed session items that need to be reported out. So, you know, the quirkiest example that we usually use is when we talk about settlement agreements. If there's a settlement agreement in closed session under litigation, if the agreement has been signed by the other side before the district agrees to it and then the board agrees, that has to be reported out. If the board is agreeing to basically make a proposal or sign a settlement agreement before the other side signs it, that does not need to be reported out. So that's just an example of kind of all the different details there. That being said, if a board would like to report something out, that's not prohibited as long as the entire board decides that, you know, in closed session, we want to say this when we go out into open. And a lot of times that's actually really good practice because obviously members of the public aren't in those sessions. And if they know something was being discussed and then nothing comes out, then they're going to, you know, it's just human nature to kind of try to figure out what did happen, right? And so a lot of times it's better for the board to say, you know, even if we don't have to report out something in closed session, we had this discussion, we gave it, you know, direction to counsel, whatever, you know, as much detail as you want, but it sometimes just makes practical sense to do that, even if it's not required by the Brown Act. And finally, confidentiality of closed session. Obviously, board members and actually district employees, anybody who's in closed session cannot disclose confidential information from closed session. And the way to think about this, it's a little bit like the attorney-client privilege in that just because if there's information that you know, otherwise outside of the board or outside of a closed session and it is discussed in closed session, it doesn't make that information confidential. What is confidential is the discussions that happen in closed session and information you learn in closed session. That's what is protected. So But again, we have the consequences if somebody were to share something. I don't think that's quite, disciplinary action, injunctive relief, all those things. I think that the important one is that last one, right? That a lot of the reasons that the confidentiality is so important is because if that information comes out of closed session, one of two things can happen. One is it can expose the district to liability if there was, say, a privacy concern or a concern, in a case and something got out to the potential plaintiff or plaintiff. That's obviously could create some liability for the district. And obviously, a lot of the other topics we were talking about, anything involving sort of negotiations, there's a strategic piece there that if that information is made public, is going to put the district at a disadvantage. So I think, when we talk to folks about this, it's less about, what can happen to you individually if information comes out of closed session, but think about what can happen to the district, because ultimately that can be the bigger problem. So I know I kind of rushed through that, but I hope it was helpful, even in an hour. And if there's any more questions, I'm sure maybe Trustee Gutierrez has another question for me, then I'd be happy to answer those.
How'd you guess? Okay, so
Trustee Gutierrez.
One final question, William. Thanks for your patience too, and I appreciate the presentation. This is pretty clear and concise and very helpful. So, like, when there's action taken and there's an amount of money that's involved, are we obliged to be able to disclose the amount of settlement money that took place, or are we not?
So, if they're required to report out because the agreement's already been agreed to by the other party, so then you're required to report out. So that's the first question. Like I said, if the other side hasn't signed, not even agreed to, signed what's in the Brown Act, then you don't have to report out. If it's been signed and then the district's going to approve it, I believe the language is something along the lines of like a summary of the key terms of the settlement have to be disclosed in open session. Most of the time, that's probably going to mean money if there's money involved. That's usually going to be a key term. Sometimes it isn't, sometimes it is. So I think it probably would depend on the agreement. Like I said, if the other side has signed it off, if they haven't signed it, there's no requirement to report out.
The specific amount.
Yes, yeah. Well, or really anything about it, right? So if the board, again, if the board approves a settlement agreement, and the other side hasn't signed, you don't have to say anything. You could, but you don't need to. But if it has been signed, then the question is, you have to report out, like I said, I think a summary of the key terms, and we have to look at the agreement and say, is the money amount one of the key terms? And if so, then that would go in the report out.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Are there other comments or questions? I'm sorry, questions from trustees?
Yes.
Trustee Blakely?
I have two questions. One, at the CSBA conference last year, they said another exception, which I hadn't been aware of, which was for safety. And when I asked them about it, they said something like if you were installing a security system because of intruders, and you wouldn't let them know where it was pointing so that the intruders wouldn't possibly know, or something like that. Is that accurate?
There's a closed session exemption that we don't, it doesn't get used too often, but there is an exemption if you are dealing with, I think something about a threat to the safety of public services, but it only applies if you're getting information from like a law enforcement officer or from a security consultant. So that may be, for obvious reasons, right? I mean, it's like if you get a PRA request for, tell us where all your cameras are, kind of a thing. There's obviously not a public interest in that information being public. So that would be one. I don't know that would necessarily, I think we had questions about would that apply with COVID. I don't know that it necessarily would, but it would be a little bit tricky. Most of the COVID stuff, I should have mentioned this actually. There were, even with all those executive orders, there was nothing in there that said you could talk about COVID specifically in closed session just because it's about the pandemic. You still have to find some other normal exemption essentially to go into closed session, even if it has to do with the pandemic.
Okay. That makes sense. I don't know that will ever happen to us. I hope it doesn't, but just good to know, who knew COVID would happen. So my other question was relating to employment contracts, and there's various components that could go into a compensation package. Mm-hmm. And the board, if the board is discussing the compensation package in closed, and maybe over a couple of different meetings, trying to put something together. Is there any way to telegraph to the public component? It seems to me that there isn't. My understanding is that you cannot discuss the terms of that until it has been approved or you vote on it at the open meeting. Is that correct? That's my understanding, but.
Well, I mean, I guess it'd be an interesting question there about whether you can versus whether you should or want to. I mean, I think because again, that's going to fall, I think probably more on the sort of strategic advantage side and less on the privacy side. I guess it might depend on exactly what it is. But, you know, obviously if, you know, the board were to come out and say, well, we've authorized our negotiator to offer this, that, or the other thing, but we want to keep it as low as possible, that's not going to be very advantageous for the district, right? So I think that's usually why it's not, I'm trying to think if there'd be a prohibition necessarily on, it would probably have to be related to privacy, but I don't know, I have to think about that one. I'm not sure that off the top of my head I'm coming up with anything.
Thank you. Helpful presentation.
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there other trustee questions?
Oh, I've got one more, sorry.
No need to apologize.
Hey, William, so just for transparency's sake here, because you're of council, we have a relationship with you throughout these past years, so the bond's a little different, right? But for people who show up, members of the community, they're not familiar with that. But here's the question for you. When we deal with personnel issues and we make a decision as to who to not retain for whatever reason, any and all requests to find out what those reasons are, we can't provide that because of privacy issues is what I'm thinking based on federal and state law.
Yeah, so that's a whole different ball of wax because that gets into personnel and CPRA issues and that type of stuff. But, you know, I think like we were saying, at least maybe I'll answer it in this context, that to the extent that, you know, the closed session items are there, the idea is to protect the privacy of the individual. That's why all of those discussions and actions are really supposed to take place in closed session so that that private information isn't necessarily disclosed. At the end of the day, you know, public employees don't probably have the same extent of privacy as private employees do. That just is a fact of the law. So it's a whole nother area. If you've got another hour, I can do a different presentation, but maybe not tonight.
I think we've got a lot of people on the line for a different time.
That's what I assumed. Yeah, I know.
We'll invite you back. Don't worry.
I was hoping for me, but I know better than that. So.
Thank you, William. Appreciate it.
No, it's been a great presentation. Yeah, I don't see other hands for trustees. I have a comment that, is there any folks on, since I don't see any other hands from trustees for questions, is there anyone on the phone or online who would like to raise their hand and address Mr. Tunick or the board on this item? If you do so, please raise your hand using the raise hand function in the participant panel. I'm not seeing anyone, so I think we'll just move on to comments at this time. I just want to thank you, Bill, for your time. I know it's late, but it's such an important topic. It's wonderful we have so many folks in the public listening in on this. I mean, the whole point of the Brown Act is really so that we are having deliberations and discussions in the public and that we all don't know where we're coming from before this, so we can be objective and we can deliberate in the public eye. And it's a very nuanced law, and I realize that it's been thankfully sort of changing. I don't want to say fluid, but a little more dynamic during COVID, which is really helpful. But we still want to make sure we're following the rules of the law and the letter of the law, not only in how we agendize items, but how we conduct ourselves outside of the meetings as well as in them. So I just want to thank you for your presentation and for going through all the different pieces. And I hadn't even thought about the social media piece. So that was illuminating as well for me, at least. So I'll pass the mic off to our other trustees here for comment.
Yes, thank you.
Will this count as CLE credit?
I'll look at that. Maybe, I don't know, actually.
Thanks for your help, though. I appreciate it. And I'm sure a lot of members of our community now have a better idea and perspective of what it is that we mean when we communicate through our language that we use, and both describing closed session items, but then afterwards and what happens when action's been taken. So thanks much, William.
Are there any other trustees who would like to comment at this time? I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much, William.
Okay.
Wonderful night. We appreciate your time and help navigating this issue. Thank you.
Night, everyone.
All right, we will move on now then to item 9D, Return to Learn Progress Update. Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Well,
everybody's shifting your seats. We should all
everybody's
get up and do some
in.
jumping jacks or something.
Okay. Now give me 1 second. And I'll try to move through this as quickly as I can. All right, so can everybody hear? And also, can you see? So I put my earphones in because I heard that I was losing some energy. So I want to make sure that you all can hear me as we go forward. All right, so we promised at the beginning of this, when we started talking about our reopening plan or return to learn plan, we mentioned that we would also bring back metrics that we're looking at to sort of track our performance and just sort of see how things are. And in the earlier presentation, we also talked about what those metrics will look like across multiple dimensions. And so I'm going to take you through some of those dimensions, but I'm also going to include data that we've collected this week that are at the end of this weekend, that talks about sort of parent responses as well as teacher responses. All right, so let's dive in. So obviously, and I'm going to fly through some of these items. Everyone knows we have a return to learn plan. We've been talking about it across multiple dimensions. As you know, we've been working on this for quite some time. We've held various meetings. We've since had more meetings about this, but obviously we've had focus groups, reopening task force. In our public meetings, we have continued even beyond this. We have another one tomorrow in terms of the community check-ins. So we have 4 guiding principles, and at the top, at the forefront of this is keeping employees and students safe. Also, part of this is about being nimble. We want to create high quality, equitable learning environments, and we want to involve the community in solutions as well as the planning and implementation. And our plan is actually informed by CDE, Santa Clara Public Health, Santa Clara County of Education, as well as CDC and Sacramento County of Education. So as always, when we start talking about this, I like to just sort of share county data. This information does change daily. So by the time that this was published, it is already outdated by the time we get here. All right, so, and I haven't, part of this is to show like how far we've come across the board. So first, June 26th, when we originally were talking about items, we had 3,900 cases or close to 4,000 cases. After that, we moved to between June 29th and August 5th, we moved to 11,000 cases. And if you see the next week after that, we had an increase of 5,000 cases, bringing us to 16,000, and then cumulative deaths continue to climb. And then there was a small slowdown in terms of the number of cases that we saw, which is 1,900 cases across the board. And then obviously, if you look back just a week later, those cases go from about 19,000 to 20,000 cases, right, with the rolling day average. Now, one of the things that the county does talk about is that even though the number of cases are starting to slow, the number of deaths are actually starting to increase. And so they are constantly watching this information. Again, you know, this is not information that should shock anyone. We know that COVID is disproportionately affecting certain groups more than another. 57% of impacting Latinos, even though they represent 25.8% of the population. What is good is that this community transmission number is starting to drop, which means that we're getting better as a county in terms of contact tracing. So it was at one point closer to 70%, and we're now down to 54.7%. But what we also are seeing is just an increase in the younger kids, 19 or younger, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, but our older. Originally, when we first found out about COVID, most of the cases were actually for 50 and above, and those numbers have started to drop considerably. I figured that it would be important to talk about just sort of the Mountain View cases, because oftentimes we talk about sort of what this looks like. Obviously, the most severe cases are in the San Jose area. However, Mountain View does Mountain View of Milpitas does sort of represent a higher number. And so if you look at the 3 zip codes that we have, you can see that in the 9404 case, you have 245 cases per 100,000. And so you can see like each one is different. It's kind of hard to compare us to Los Altos or Palo Alto, as well as Cupertino, because those school districts encompass areas that are not growing as fast. In terms of the county, so this was the last data that we pulled. You're more than welcome to go look at the link. So Santa Clara County, we know that there are different metrics. The state changed sort of the formula across the board, so widespread, substantial, moderate, and minimal. I do want to point out that the state just came or just developed some new guidance, which basically states that if a school district did not open under purple, if a county drops back to purple, the school districts actually will need to close. All right. And so this is the recent updated information. So as you can see, now that we've allowed for more testing across, you have sort of the adjusted rate of 4.7, if you did the unadjusted rate is 5.6. And the difference between the adjusted rate and the unadjusted rate is simple. The more tests you give allows you to readjust your numbers, which is why you see a difference here. Okay, so now we want to jump into a couple of different items across the board. So we want to look at some performance tracking metrics for the district. So the first one is we look at health and safety, and primarily we look at the number of cases that we have experienced. So to date, we have had 8 staff members who have been quarantined and 6 students who have had some type of potential exposure. These 6 students were in our Beyond the Veil program when we opened up for our homeless students. We have had 2, and the reason why it's asterisk is that we are not including any exposures that are in right at school or in the YMCA. These are simply our staff members that we're aware of. We do know that there have been 2 positive cases with providers between YMCA, Right at School, Newton, and Beyond the Veil is actually pulled out of this. And then we've had 1 employee case with no close contact. So the next one is metric 2 is looking at student engagement. So this is the average student attendance across the board. We did not compare this to attendance from the previous year, but what I will say is that we are actually sort of trending at a very high rate. Obviously, when we look at the attendance, we see a considerable drop at both of the middle schools, which is obviously an area that we need to focus on a little bit more. But at the elementary schools, engagement, or at least in the average daily attendance between August for the first month or first 2 months of school has been very high, somewhere in the neighborhood about 96%. When we look at, sorry, I forgot the key on this one. When we look at grade level, when we look at grade level, what you can see is that, so the first question that we had was, are our youngest kids the kids that are struggling the most with engaging? So what you can see is in the gray, in the beginning of this school year, our TK students really were at 95%, trailing at the end. And now what you've seen is a readjustment where TK, Kinder, and all of the elementary students are actually engaging at a higher rate. However, where we are seeing the biggest drop is not with our youngest kids, but instead with our oldest kids, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Specifically in 8th grade is dropping at a faster rate. So you can see earlier they were at 97 and they've since dropped. But we also wanted to look at, so, that gives us an idea of where kids are in terms of the engagement, but we also wanted to see, well, what does that look like when we start factoring in our EL students, our English only students, our initially reclassified students, as well as our reclassified. So what we can see here is that our EL students, again, at the middle school, are experiencing the most significant drops in terms of engagement between. So their student engagement is actually the lowest level across the board. And then the next area that you see sort of a drop across the board is unfortunately at Vargas Elementary, where you can see there's a considerable, but it's at 94% compared to 98% for the English only. There are some bright spots, right? Obviously, Stevenson is doing a good job of engaging our English language learners. And then what you can see is that in terms of our RFEP kids who have been reclassified, there's also some successes at Huff, Landos, Montaloma, Stevenson, as well as Vargas, right? So obviously the kids who are reclassifying are experiencing higher success rates and are really doing well. So we want to continue that. And then overall, you can see that some schools, Castro, for the initial reclassified, is doing very well. And then Bub, for the most part, is hovering around 99% for almost every single group, with the exception of English language learners, who are hovering just a little bit higher than 97%. So then we want to look at, obviously, when we talk about EL students, we also look at Hispanic versus non-Hispanic students. And what you can see across the board is that, again, at our middle schools, we are seeing the biggest drops between our Latino students as compared to their peers, which means that we have some outreach that we need to do. But for the most part, we're seeing about 96% across the board, with a difference of 1 to 2 percentage points moving across. So interesting, earlier today, we talked about socioeconomically disadvantaged and the impact of that actually is. And what we can see is that SED does have some type of impact. At Theracov, it actually has no impact whatsoever. The attendance rate is actually the same, which is really good. At Stevenson, exactly the same. You're seeing similarities in terms of performance. But again, at the middle schools, you are seeing some significant drops. And then at Castro, as well as at Bub and Landos, there is some work to be done when you compare it to the larger group. When we look at special ed, what we're seeing is, again, consistent. You're seeing disparities amongst the groups. Obviously, at Theracov, there is a higher level of engagement, as well as at Huff for special ed. Theracov is clearly the exception to the rule, where actually special ed is connected to the school at a higher rate than our non-special ed students. So Theracov staff is doing an amazing job of making sure that students are engaged. But again, I just want to point out, obviously Castro, Crittenden, and Graham, there's some definite opportunities to growth, as well as Mistral. And I want to point out, these at the middle schools where there are larger numbers, the numbers of kids are actually matter a lot more, and not that none of these numbers matter. But when you are at a school like Castro, where you have 300 students, obviously the significance of a couple of kids who are not there brings it down. But regardless of what we are looking of how many numbers we have, there is an issue in terms of engagement. And I'm going to talk about some of the work that we're doing to do that, right? So what we're looking at, again, is just a full picture of what engagement looks like. So in terms of access, we measure access by Clever. So we want to make sure, so Clever is the portal by which we utilize to sort of dive into data. And so what we want to see is, what is the percent of students who are actually logging in at any given time? And what we are looking at is about 100% of students. Now, I do need to point out that attendance or engagement is now being measured differently than what it was at the beginning of the year. And so it is rated, it is rated by our teachers in terms of the level of participation, which could also account for some of the drops that we're seeing in terms of level of student engagement, right? So the state came out as a part of Senate Bill 820 and stated that they had to we had to reapproach the way that we looked at engagement. And so that engagement is clearly could be part of the reason why we're seeing some type of drop. We also wanted to look at, in terms of engagement, how are we doing in terms of community engagement? And what you can see, at least from parents, that we have increased the number of people who were actually accessing information. The highest meeting was on July 16th of 800, but consistently, if you were to just think about the difference between a Saturday with the superintendent, where at best there would be probably 25 participants. What we do know is that using Zoom, we are averaging a lot more individuals who attend. But what's really encouraging is that there have been 272 meetings from the district or from a school in Zoom, right? So we're using Zoom at a very high rate to engage more people and provide more information moving forward. So now we want to look at professional learning, which is third metric. So obviously we talked about this at the last board meeting. We wanted to see how many people were engaging. We had professional development, and what we had was a 99.3% attendance at teacher PDs, which is really high. But what's even more interesting is that we looked at the EdTech professional development videos, and what we noticed is that there are 7,000 different views. We had 2,000 of the 7,000 actually finished, and an average percent of 61% of individuals who are watching the majority of the meeting, right? So the EdTech videos that are being provided by our technology team and our EdTech coach are clearly making an impact because we see a lot of people who are engaging with them. And then what you can see from EdTech videos for parents, what you can see is that you can see sort of which activities or which ones are being watched at the highest rate. And so obviously orienting everyone to Chromebooks, 71% of the parents were watching. You can see the number of engagements here. And then you can see different items, how to use the webcams, how to log into Clever, how to log into Seesaw. You can see sort of what the percentage and what the usage rate is. But obviously what it's saying is that the videos that we are producing are having some type of impact, and that individuals are sort of paying attention to these. So we want to continue to create content that can help parents and students access the content. All right, and then so again, this is just, we're looking at what is a metric for engagement and professional learning. And what you can see is that we are just through the different views, you can see the total number of individuals who are getting there. Obviously, some opportunities for growth, but considering that we didn't have these videos prior to COVID, like this is really good work that says that we're getting some outreach there to our larger community. Now we go into learning loss, which is one of the concerns that we had in looking at what is the difference. So we use iReady as one of the metrics that we have for the district. And so we wanted to compare the percent of students who were sort of at risk compared from last year to this year. Now, I want to point out that when we're looking at iReady, this isn't an apples to apples comparison. This isn't about growth. This is just simply saying, what was the percent of students who were on grade level last year? And what is the percent of students who were on grade level this year, right? So it's not looking at an individual student that tracking across. This is just simply looking at the whole general body. And what we see overall is that this year we actually have more students who are on grade level compared to the previous year. And in the terms of, at least for iReady, 57% of the students are in tier 1, which means that they're functioning on grade level, versus 49% of students that are functioning on tier 2. And we will be bringing back more detailed report at the next board meeting so that you can see individualized school reports across the board. So this is just sort of a teaser into the information. So when we look at the percent, and this is where we start to see some of the interesting things. When we look at the number of students who are on grade level, what you will see is that the percent of students on grade level at the elementary level is a lot higher is higher than what it was the previous year. But as kids sort of matriculate or as they get older, what we are starting to see is that more kids have been impacted by COVID, right? So you can see at the beginning of last year, we had 4% of our students in 8th grade who were functioning on grade level or performing on grade level, whereas we have 0% this year. 7th grade did not have as steep of a decline, 5 to 3%, but obviously 6th grade had a decline there, right? And so that obviously, sorry, this is for EL learners. I need to minimize this. So obviously we have some work that we have to do around our EL learners and making sure they are prepared. For math, we are looking at the cumulative comparative data. We have 43% of our students who are functioning or who are performing on grade level last year, compared to 48% of our students who are performing on grade level this year. And obviously, as you go up, the tiers sort of drop. The number of students who are functioning at least a grade level behind, which is what we call our at-risk tier, is still about the same. It has only dropped 1%. But what we're at least encouraged by is, again, the percent of students who are functioning, who are performing on grade level, and the decline of students who are on tier 2, but we need to move the red tier students up a little bit more. So again, we want to look at comparative data for our EL learners. And again, we are going to have a lot more information at the next board meeting on this. But what you can see is for kinder, we actually, for math, are seeing more kids who are performing on grade level at the elementary level. And then again, as you start to get to the upper grades, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, you start to see a decline across the board in terms of impact. So if we were to look at math pathways, which is just another metric that we sort of look at, what you can see is that our ELs, in terms of the upper maths, are pretty much around the same. So we have some work that we have to do there. But our RFEP students, which is where the board has really been pushing us to make sure that we get kids reclassified. And I want to point out, EL students is always a moving target. As a kid gets reclassified, they move from the EL designation, they move into RFEP. And so we want our RFEPs to continue to improve, but we see that we still have some opportunities of growth that sort of exists there. So obviously 7.2, which is our most advanced math, has more RFEP kids, or kids who have been reclassified, which is really good. But in 8.2, we have seen some a drop in terms of the numbers, right? So we have some work that we need to go. I do want to point out that 6.2 and 7.1 are both accelerated math courses. 7.0, 8.0 are the general or the regular grade level math courses, right? So each one of these classes, even though oftentimes we focus on the 0.2, 7.1 or 8.1 actually is an accelerated math course that puts you on the path to take 7.1 puts you on the path to take Calculus BC by your senior year. 8.2 puts you on course to take Calculus BC by your junior year. In terms of students with disabilities, we are starting to see increases in 6.2, and we are seeing increases in 7.1, which is, again, it's an accelerated pathway. So we're starting to see students improve, but we still have some work with our oldest kids and getting more students with disabilities into the math pathways. When we look at SED students, again, 6.2, obviously an opportunity to grow. We've seen a significant decline, but what we are seeing across the board for 8.1, 8.2, and you have to remember that we're seeing kids have entry ramps and on ramps. We do have more kids who are in 7.2 this year, and about the same in terms of 8.2. And in 8.1, we have 28%. So obviously, when we talk about SED, which is clearly part of the data that we showed earlier this year, there's just some work that we have to do. And there are probably some, since the board has identified this as one of the target areas or thematic themes that we have, and parents as well as community members also brought this up, teachers too. There's clearly some action items that we can create to sort of address this as we work through our strategic plan. So when we look at special needs, so the next one is what are the special needs metrics? So what we've had this year since the start of the school years is 30 requests for students to be assessed for special education as a result of what parents are seeing, right? So 30 students have been requested. And our students with the number with IEPs still hovers around 11%, and 2.69% of our students were 504. So we have we have an increase, or we have a number of parents who are looking to see whether or not their kid qualifies for special ed. which is something that we'll continue to track to see how that's pacing compared to the rest. It is a little bit, if you think about nationally, about 11 to 12% is special ed. So obviously 30 referrals that have been requested is a little bit lower than what the total number is, but it'll be interesting to see how many of these students qualify. But what it does suggest is that there are students who need additional supports within our district for special ed. So social emotional supports. We wanted to look at the number of CHAC referrals that came across, but also we wanted to look at the number of students who are being reached, who are being either engaged by our school community engagement facilitators, or who are being called from our at-risk coordinators or counselors or any other support staff. And so what you can see is that a bulk of the SCEF contacts are actually functioning at several of our schools. Graham, which also has the highest percentage, but Crittenden has 391 students who the SCEFs have contacted. So SCEFs are doing an amazing job of doing some outreach, but it is the number of students who have to be regularly re-engaged is where we are looking at the most. So whereas Crittenden has an attendance issue in terms of engagement and making sure that kids are qualifying for attendance, what we are seeing is that at Graham and at Castro, there are more re-engagement that is taking place. And if you think about this from a percentage standpoint, Castro is requiring a lot more re-engagement across the board. The good thing about this is that this year we used a lot more more Title I funds to staff Castro at a higher level. So they have a counselor as well as an additional clerk and another at-risk coordinator. So there are more people centered at Castro who can actually do the outreach. And then you can see from tech issues how many of the students need to be re-engaged due to internet or tech issues. And what you can see is that Castro has the highest number of 17. But the last measure is just the number of CHAC referrals. And what we can see is that Castro and Crittenden are the two schools that are leading the way in terms of the CHAC referrals across the board, with Vargas coming in right behind them. So we've had 50 new referrals for CHAC. We've also had 4 referrals for Uplift. And then thus far, we've had 54 teachers who are requesting or have engaged in the interactive process. The interactive process are for those individuals who are concerned about returning to work as a result of COVID. And so, that is just sort of a metric that we're using to see, what are the stressors that sort of exist. So one of the things that we've looked at, we also wanted to get some qualitative data. So we did, Director Chang reached out to our DLAC community and sort of got some notes. So obviously parents feel like they understand and they appreciate the effort that we have. They also note that it is just not the same experience, which I think we've all talked about. Hotspots have really helped out a lot, and we're continuing to talk about other options that are going to exist. We do have some families still have unreliable internet connections. Our tech team has actually started trying to help troubleshoot the internet connections at home, which is beyond their sort of scope of work, but they feel obligated to really step up and try to help families. I'm really appreciative for what the tech team is doing. And they've looked at trying to really sort the signal issues that are sort of taking place. DLAC also noted that teachers are doing very well in terms of working with students, and they do appreciate the food distributions. And so they did note that it's kind of hard to pick up food during the school day. What we have done is we have increased the number of meals. You can pick up 4-day meals on Monday, and you can pick up 3-day meals on Friday. And then of course, every site at Graham and every site has the opportunity to do meals every day. And then this week, we actually rolled the food truck out and took it over to Castro, and was sort of overwhelmed by the number of individuals who wanted to pick up meals from the food truck. But what it says is that people are really appreciative of the fact that we are doing some outreach to feed families. So when we look at metric 6 and we're looking at technology, and again, this goes into the support, our tech team, which we increased thanks to the board saying that this is really an important thing. What you can see is our tech team, had we not added the 2 extra people, will be overwhelmed by the number of requests that they have. But since August 1st, you can see that they've closed over 1,000 cases. They are still waiting on some, but they are doing an amazing job of resolving these issues as quickly as possible. Not as many individuals are waiting to have their problems resolved. And so what you can see is there are 82 active cases that are currently going on. So we're doing a really good job there. Obviously, incidents that were created. If you look at the start of this, if you go all the way back to last year, you can see the incidents are created were primarily, 900 something kids, but then you saw the drop a little bit, but it simply stayed around the 400s for the bulk of the year. What is really amazing is that at the start of the year, we had over 917 incidents or technology requests, and then it was dropped down to 100, a little bit around 400 across the board, right? So our tech team has really done a phenomenal job. And I want to point out that what's really impressive about this is that in August of 2019, you're talking about middle school and you are talking about laptop carts in the classroom. Now we are talking about there are over 6,000 devices that are deployed. There were 1,250 something issues, and yet we have resolved that down to under 500. So we have more devices and our team is working through these a lot faster. In terms of satisfaction, we are happy to report. So we do a survey just to check on how things are taking place. And of the individuals who signed or filled out the survey, the customer survey satisfaction report, what we can know is that most people are happy and delighted about the sort of process that we have. And only one person who responded said that they were unhappy with the tech service. Response time, again, is just another metric to see how we're supporting individuals. And so most people were happy and delighted about our response time. And so there are some issues where the issue was reported multiple times. Someone would call in or they would submit a help ticket. And, so we're working on resolving those as quickly as possible. I do want to, again, commend our tech team. They actually created a process for parents to actually submit a request directly to them, as opposed to having to call the school and sort of cut through a middle step. All right, so we have some initial thoughts and some other datas, and I know that I'm going through this somewhat fast, but I think this is really where people want to really have a larger conversation. So the first thing is that in the first week, so last week, or really I think now this is 2 weeks ago, we opened up Beyond the Bell support group for our homeless students. And so after the first week, we actually had our first exposure, which caused one of the classrooms to get shut down. So obviously that did not bode well for us. We have seen 7.2 season increase in EL students with disabilities SED. Learning loss does appear to be the greatest in the upper grade levels, and attendance engagement is lowest for middle school, SED, EL, and TK. So now let's talk about distance learning versus blended learning. So we had about 4,300 individuals respond to the survey. We still have another 450 who did not respond and will be placed into distance learning automatically. And then as of Saturday, we had 50 parents who requested new placement, moving from blended or hybrid over to distance learning. So we have overwhelmingly a larger number of individuals who are requesting, more than 50% who are requesting to remain in distance learning. And I will say the overall sentiment across the board is that most people want to keep a sense of community, which means they more specifically, they want to keep their teacher and they want to remain in the class. But we did use this exercise to see what would happen if we had to, at a particular site, make adjustments to go from distance learning to blended learning. What I think is really important, though, is that I think we often make assumptions about which schools want to be there, or which populations are going to attend or want to stay in distance learning and which ones don't. And what we can see is that for the most part, it's pretty consistent, with the exception of Ms. Straw, which has the highest percent of families who were interested, or respondents who were interested in blended learning. Of course, this spreadsheet can be broken down by grade level across the board. And individuals who were newly registered to the district actually requested that they stay in distance learning. But so our phase one actually calls for us to look at teacher responses. And so what we know, if we look at preschool, TK, first grade, and then SEI. So for the most part, all but, and actually this number has changed, none of our teachers from preschool feel comfortable with coming in. I'm going to talk about this after I get through the data points, but we have preschool cannot open unless we force teachers to come in. TK and first grade are pretty much split across the board. And then obviously our special education classes is 9-to-1 with more teachers who are willing to return. But looking at the teacher responses across the board, and I apologize, I do not have the classified data included in here. We didn't have enough time to pull that data out. But here's what we see. If we were to reopen, if we were to move to stage 3, 17 of our teachers would apply for leave instantly, meaning that we would need to find 7 long-term subs across the board. Now, I want to remind everyone that 54% of our staff, We remind everyone, 17 teachers would bring the district to a whole. We don't have 17 subs that are sitting out there, right? So this is a pretty large number for us across the board. And about 50% of our teachers, 54% of our teachers are willing to return, whereas 46% are not willing to return. And I'm going to talk about this in a little bit more detail in 1 second. But let me just finish. When we look at special education teachers, we see a little bit difference from the general education body, which is about 60% of the teachers are willing to return, and around 40% of the teachers are not willing to return. Teachers on special assignment, these teachers are our RTI teachers. These are our instructional coaches. These are individuals who interact across multiple schools with many people. And what you can see is that 62% of them are concerned what happens when they take place. So especially our RTI teachers, because they would be interacting with multiple groups across the board. So I'm going to break out of this presentation for 1 second so that I can talk a little bit differently about sort of what's taken place and what this data is sort of showing. So one of the things that I did was I had a safety town hall with our staff last week. I also, in our leadership team meeting, took some time to talk with our principals, our directors. I've obviously had the conversation in cabinet every week, every Thursday. I have, including today, we have a reopening meeting, which is directors and certain cabinet members across the board, right? So we've had these extensive conversations just about reopening and what that particularly means. And I don't know, or I guess I'm trying to find the best way to sort of talk about this, right? So we're in a position where we have, and this came out in the staff town hall, we have a number of our employees who feel obligated to come in. They want to come in out of obligation. They understand what their charge is, and they understand the impact that they have by not being in school. the impact they have on families, the impact they have on the economy, the impact they have on our community. They get that. And one of our teachers during the meeting, our safety town hall that we had last Friday, and we had about 300 staff members on there, just asking questions and sort of having a back and forth with me. And one of them mentioned that, you know, they want to come in. They feel obligated to come in, but they feel obligated to come in because they're concerned about their own health. And yet they have no logical reason or no medical reason or no exemption that will qualify them or keep them home. And really what this person was telling me is that my fear of coming in is very high. And you're not asking, and this is a very valid point. You're not asking me how I feel. You're simply saying if I was forced to come in, what would my decision be? And then another person asked, have we talked to the principals? Have we talked with the leadership team? Now cabinet, I meet with them 3 to 4 times a week through various meetings, so I sort of know where they stay. But I went to them and I asked during the leadership team meeting, I said the exact same thing. And I apologize. I said, you know, I've never explicitly asked you your thoughts, right? I know the thoughts, but we have individuals who said, and these are our leaders, right? All of them feel morally obligated to come in to the schools. They understand that if teachers are there, they have to be there. But there were cabinet members who said, I also understand that I'm not on the front lines. I'm not interacting with a group of kids. I am not the one putting myself in harm's way. And then we have principals who expressed their concern about coming in. They expressed their concern not about themselves. They felt like they could keep themselves safe, but they felt like by coming in, they put their families at risk. We have principals who said that they haven't been to the grocery store since March. Right, so there is a palpable fear that sort of exists. So take those 2 data points and now take the data point from parents. 50-something parents, more than 50% of parents, if you include the ones who didn't answer, and they knew that we would have to place them in one of the options. So like we were very clear about that. More than 50% of our parents, not saying that they're fine with where we are, but more than 50% of our parents said, I'd rather keep the continuity and keep my kid with their teacher than risk my child's safety, than put my kid in harm's way or to deal. And maybe they do want to put their kid in harm's way. And I hate to say it like that, right? Maybe they're comfortable with sending their kid in. But if they had to choose between keeping their teacher and sending their kid in, they'd rather choose their teacher. And teachers said the exact same thing. So take that as another data point. Add in the next data point that 17 of our teachers, 54 since we have started talking about reopening, have felt such immense weight or stress that they have now engaged in the interactive process. Now, why is that? You know, when we say 54, you think, well, that's about 10% of the workforce. Well, before we started talking about reopening, it was only 17. So as soon as the conversation of reopening came up, a larger number of individuals started to have this conversation. And then I take the final aspect of this, which is, you know, I just got a text from my sisters and my brother-in-law. They were scheduled to open next week, and they are actually going to be at home and distance learning for a considerable future. Right. And so, obviously the board has charged me through action that they made earlier this year to look at a lot of different factors and to take all that into consideration and make a decision. And so, and I am presenting a recommendation that we will ask the board to come back with later action. And I'm going to say this because in the town halls that we've had or the community forums that we've had, at the staff town halls, I have been clear about my position on this. That if we can't do this safely, then we shouldn't do this. We should not open up our doors. What I've also realized is that the more that we talk about this conversation, the more stress that we put on people.
Mm-hmm.
More stress we put on communities, on our community, more stress that we put on our families. And we have stopped focusing on solving the problem. We clearly have an internet connectivity problem that we need to address. We have an issue around certain populations who are not being engaged. But because we're so focused on reopening, we are not addressing the issue that is right in front of us, which is that these issues exist and are impeding our operation. So my recommendation to the board, which I'll ask you to take action on at our next board meeting, is that we remain closed until January. That we wait, that we perfect the things that we are doing, and that we solve the issues that we have, but that we stop putting our community through this ongoing turmoil that we have, which is every 2 weeks, something else may change. Because what the evidence suggests, just across the board, our staff is concerned, our principals are concerned. We don't have enough staff members to keep the district going if we were to reopen, just through the individuals who are going to be able to take leave and are allowed to. Not to mention, we're not protected in the event that someone sues us for catching COVID. So all the signs point to that we're not in the right position. And we have done our unions have praised us for all the work that we have done around safety. But I do not believe at this point that we're in this best position to reopen. And what I do believe we can do is that we can solve the issues around internet connectivity. We can open up more support pods, and we can do that safely. We can continue to find ways to re-engage our families. But what we should not do is stress our community out anymore. And I know I own the fact that I am leading the charge of stressing them out. But we should not put everyone under stress, knowing that it is possible that we will open and close and open and close for the foreseeable future. And that what we really need is a longer runway to get this done right across the board. So that's what the data suggests. But at the end of the day, like, forgetting about the data, if my sister was in this school district teaching, or my niece was in this school district teaching, or my brother-in-law was in this school district teaching, or if Eli, who comes to school here next year, if he was here, I wouldn't risk it for them either. I would want to improve upon what we're doing and make it work as best we can, knowing that that is the safest route for us.
We got 10 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Yeah, we've got 10 minutes. We'll open it up to questions from trustees.
Yeah,
a comment or?
I have a question. I was going to ask President Wilson, because we only extended the meeting till 11, I know we can't make another motion to extend it longer, but I wanted, could we let the public know how to reach us with comments? Because I don't think we're going to have time for comments from the, I'm worried we're going to run out of time.
Sure. If anyone online right now has comments for trustees, please send them to trustees@mvwsd.org. I believe the superintendent will be doing a community check-in tomorrow at 3:30. I think the link to that is right on the main webpage of mvwsd.org as well. You can rehear the presentation and also provide, I think there will be a Q&A at the end of that. Is that correct, Dr. Rudolph? I'm getting a head nod for those of you who are online. Yes, that's an excellent point. I'm so sorry. For folks who don't know, we're not allowed to make a second motion to re-extend the meeting a second time. So we have limited time. This is not our intention. I apologize this happened. Looks like we just had too much on the docket tonight. We'll open it now to
Wilson, can I make a request though? There was a gentleman who started at the very beginning of the meeting, and he told us that he wanted to speak to us.
Let's let him speak now.
Yeah.
I see him with his hands raised. So Stan DeBose, I'm so sorry that you had to wait so long. But we're going to take an unprecedented leap here, and normally we let trustees ask questions first, but you were here from the beginning. Please unmute and the floor is yours. I guess we'll do 2 minutes, a minute. This is really hard. Sorry.
Great. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Great. First of all, thank you very much. I hope you're doing well, because you must be exhausted from 5 and now you must be all very tired. I went out and I went for dinner and so on, so I had time to get out. So first of all, thank you very much for the demonstration, Mr. Superintendent. Really appreciate it. I like the fact that you go with data for your decisions. That's great. What I find out is attendance. So I'm reading out that middle school is dropping out like a stone. All right, that's a real concern. After 1 month of engagement, we see a clear decline in the grading as well. You mentioned Zoom is getting okay, but the reality is, because I have 3 kids who are on Zoom all day long, and my kids, they tell me stories that kids go on Zoom and they do video games or TikTok next to this. So Zoom attendance is not a real metric. The grades are concerning. They're below the average and they're getting exponential. So if you check out your data, you see that you're checking out data just after 2 months, and these data will get exponential. So the more you wait, the more decline you're going to see in your grades. Your survey is actually incorrect. So you mentioned you have 47% of parents who wants to stay home. Actually, you have 37%, because you have 450 families who are not coming in. You count them in your benefits, which I don't agree with. 450 families, that's 10% of your population. You cannot count them as saying, well, we want to do distance learning. Many of them actually are challenged and they don't have internet, they cannot answer it. They perhaps are working and they perhaps do not have the possibility to give you the answer. So my point is, the argument you put at the end, it's to me a bit challenging, because it doesn't take in fact at all the social distancing of the kids with other kids. Some of them are going to burn out. Some of them are going to very trouble right now, not being able to develop themselves as teenagers, and that's not being talked at all. And that's, I think, a real challenge. The county and the state give very clear directions. It was safe to reopen, and actually the cases are 4.7, so it's called moderate rates. So it's almost moderate rates. So it is clearly given by our governor, the direction, and the county, that it's safe to reopen. So coming up with some data points is critical, and I like it. However, we have to have our facts clear, and having 3 kids at home, we know, and we have a lot of luck in our family. But many families are traveled because they live in an RV, in small apartments. There's 3 kids on this. They don't follow it. And you have some very concerning data as well.
Thank you, Mr. DeBose. I'm so sorry, but we have lots of folks online. Please feel free to email the trustees. I'm so sorry to cut you off. We want to hear you. We just are really limited on time. So please send the rest of your comments into the trustees. I'm assuming there's trustee questions. I'm throwing it out to my fellow trustees. I have no idea how to manage the 5 minutes we have left. Any suggestions?
Yeah, I think we could, Madam President, I think we could continue at the next meeting. We can just leave this open and then start off again next time around. I think we've done that once the last 5 years, but I'll defer to Ellen on that one.
No, what I was going to say also, you can do questions and comments at the same time.
And give us each 1 minute.
Okay, so this is the trustees meeting. We have 5 minutes. Trustee Conley, you're up.
You're muted.
I know, let me unmute. So I have questions around, I want to make sure, well, it's a question and comment. I want to make sure that we bring as many of our high needs students back in these smaller learning pods as we possibly can, especially our special education 504s, those middle school ELs who are, as has been pointed out, they're dropping like stones. We need to get if we can get a small, safe population onto the campus while the majority of students are in distance learning. I think that's going to be the compromise that we take, but we might have to use outside contractors if our, or work with their after school programs to provide that service.
I agree with what Trustee Conley just said.
Trustee, agreed. Trustee Gutierrez.
I agree, but I think we should also try to extend this to the next meeting though, but that's just one of five. But I agree with Allenda's assessment. I think right now, regardless of what the governor said, we go by what the health officer in Santa Clara County suggests us we do, and they are the law. So, and Governor Newsom said that as well. So at this point in time, I'd rather play it more safe and be cautious and not risk anyone's health, because this is life and death. This is not a game. So I would suggest Dr. Rudolph's your idea about being prepared to not attend school until later in August, or I'm sorry, later in January or February, something like that. I'm in support of that.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. And we realize this is an extreme burden on families. Several of the trustees have kids at home. We're here all the time. We understand. I don't have three. I can't even imagine. But we are generally not charged with making life and death decisions. We're not public health officials, and we are being put in this place. We also have teachers and unions to deal with. We cannot force them to come back. We have to deal with a negotiation process, so they can effectively negotiate back and forth whether they're safe or not. And if my boss isn't forcing me to come back, so I can kind of see where the teachers are coming from. So I hope people really respect that piece in it. And I would hate to have the life or death of any child or teacher on my hands, but I get that doesn't make any of our lives easier. We're all stressed out. This is the worst thing that could be happening right now. And we're trying desperately to navigate this with data and being thoughtful, but we cannot let these kids fall through the cracks. So this conversation is not over. It's continuing. This is a discussion item, not an action item. I just want to point that out. We will be having continuous conversations. But I think we need to be slow and intentional about this. And I'd hate to reopen and then close again. So we reopen and all these teachers and classrooms are reshuffled, and then we close again, and then it's all reshuffled again, which creates more discontinuity, which I just don't think I can live with. But I'm one voice. But I get the frustration. If I could make this go away, I would. And here we are. Another Trustee Wheeler.
I already spoke.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting confused. Trustee Blakely?
I'll just make one more gloss. I mean, I agree with what Trustee Conley said. It's a difficult decision, but I also think the uncertainty is driving everybody crazy. And so I think two things: the continuity with the teachers and the relationships that have been formed, albeit online ones, but also the kind of more predictability and certainty and less of this, oh, what's going on? I don't know. I think will be helpful for everybody, but I really want to make sure we can do pods or extra supports, because there are kids that are falling through the cracks. And I really want to make sure that we support those kids in whatever way we can.
Less than a minute.
If anybody, there's Amy, you have 30 seconds if you want to unmute yourself. I'm so sorry we have not managed the public comment piece. We just don't have enough time. Amy, your hand's up, you're muted. Amy's no longer here to speak. I think we went through all the trustees. So please tune in tomorrow at 3:30. This will be a continuous item on our board meetings.
Yes.
Communications coming out. So this is not the end all be all, but at least we have a long runway. We know where that runway is now. There's not all this uncertainty we're creating in families, and hopefully this helps you make whatever personal decisions you need to make moving forward. So thank you for bearing with us. And it's a very
freaking, they wasted everybody's time tonight. Fucking Mountain View.
It's 11 o'clock. We should mute her.
Okay, so at 11 o'clock, we will end this meeting of the Mountain View Basement School District Board of Trustees. Thanks.
Feel free to email.